Good afternoon, everyone, on Championship Monday. And consider all the nonsense that we talk about on a fairly regular basis and what has become a normal day here at the Voice of College Football. NIL, transfer portal, commits, decommits, coaching rumors, coaching firings, hirings, all of that. Throw it out the window today. Throw it out the window. Or a spare door, possibly, whichever's convenient for you. Throw it out the window. We're talking football on the field today. This is one of the major reasons. I'm not going to say it's the only reason, but it is one of the major reasons in which they compete on the field. Let's determine a champion. Let's determine who we believe is the best team in college football. And whether we believe it or not, they have, in a sense, earned it. They have earned it. Welcome into the Voice of College Football on Championship Monday. We are glad that you could all be here for our 8-hour marathon. So let me put a couple of conditions on 8-hour marathon. A few things here. First and foremost, I am going to put a link out there on social media so some of our key contributors can step on and we can discuss the national championship game or anything in college football. So we do not have to talk for 8 hours about Alabama and Georgia. Michigan fans, come on back. Florida fans, Ohio State fans, Florida State fans, Miami fans, whomever you root for, come on back. We do not have to talk about Alabama and Georgia. We will be analyzing the long snappers in hour 5. We do not need to talk about those two teams in this particular game the entire 8 hours. So that is condition number 1. Yes, this is a national championship game pregame preview. Not a preview of the pregame, but it is a preview and also pregame to the national championship game as we take you all the way up to the start. But we can talk about whatever you want to talk about in college football. So that's condition number 1. It is a championship pregame, but we do not have to talk Alabama, Georgia the entire time. So, hey, if you do want to bring up the NIL, if you do want to bring up coaches, hirings, firings, rumors, all of those other things, we are going to certainly hit on the news of the day in college football. And anything else you want to talk about. The only thing I will probably not allow us to talk about is if you have questions concerning evergreen off-season topics. Mark, who are the greatest quarterbacks of all time? Mark, rank the all-time 10 best college football programs. We are going to get to all that sort of thing during the off-season, but we are open to talk all of college football to you. So certainly all the teams behind me represented by the helmets and more, we are welcome to talk college football. Condition number 2 would be I may step away from time to time. I had a fine breakfast of bacon and eggs and orange juice. I'm going to be guzzling water. I may, because I'm sitting here this long and have it sitting in front of me constantly, may hit my goal of 100 ounces of water today, which I need to do. I kind of assume I drink a lot of water, but I need to start keeping track. Who else is with me? If you do not remember anything else that's stated today, remember, drink water. It is the fountain of youth. It is the lifeblood. So drink some water. Don't slam it against your mic, but drink some water. Okay. So other disclaimer is I might step away for a couple minutes here and there. But, hey, if I can handle a 24-hour marathon in which I had 3 breaks, 2 hours each, I believe. And thanks to those gentlemen that filled in for me capably during that time that made us get through that 24-hour stretch. We got to do that again. I think that was a raving success because of all of you, not because of me, but you hung in there and you were right here with us. So if you have no idea what I'm talking about, we did 24 hours consecutively to open the college football season. All right. Just a mere 8 hours here. Disclaimer number 3. We may not go the full 8 hours because I believe the kickoff's at about 8:15 or 8:20. If I see you guys navigating and redirecting yourself to the pregame, that's fine. That's great. I completely appreciate that. Plus, I want enough time to possibly get my, or appropriately and effectively get myself set up in front of the TV, food in hand, and ready to watch the national championship game. So we may not take you all the way up to kickoff, probably within 20 to 30 minutes before kickoff. Let's do that. Those are my disclaimers. I got to keep my back stretched out and my neck and so forth. So I may get up from time to time. All right. We will not have the call-in show the entire time. We're not going to have the meter running the entire time, but we will get to your calls throughout the day. We will have the call-in show and have the phone lines open most of the day. Most of the day. Appreciate it. We got about 45 on the line here at the Voice of College Football. Would love to know who's here. Before we get to your comments and questions, I'm going to run through the news, and I'm going to run through down below on the banner. See it right there. You can sponsor the Voice of College Football. It may be more of a benefit to you and your business than you would ever imagine. So we can certainly talk about that and talk about what we can do for you here at the Voice of College Football. So hit me up at MarkRogersTV at Gmail, and we will talk. You can sponsor the Voice of College Football. You have a small business or any contact with a small business that may be interested, please contact me, MarkRogersTV at Gmail. So I'm looking at ESPN's college football headlines. I see a couple fluff pieces here about Bryce Young being Houdini. I see that Kirby Smart and Nick Saban are calling for increased NIL regulation. That's smart. Pardon the pun. We do need regulation in NIL, and I am not the guy to figure out how. I have a few suggestions that I could come up with, but I am not the guy to figure that out. We need some lawyers involved, unfortunately, but NIL needs to be regulated, and it needs to be regulated soon, because the further it's allowed to be the wild, wild west, the more difficult it is going to be to rein it in. More people out there are going to get accustomed to operating within no confines, and to restrict them is going to be difficult, just from a practical standpoint, but also from a psychological standpoint. John Rice Plumlee, the Ole Miss backup quarterback to Matt Corral, he's taking his services to UCF, and he's going to play quarterback. John Rice Plumlee rushed for 1,000+ yards and 12 touchdowns in 2019. I believe the year was 2019 or 18, as he was battling Matt Corral at the time for the quarterback position. And Rice Plumlee was actually the favorite. He's the athlete rushing for 1,000 yards in the SEC. You would think he is. 12 touchdowns, but not the best or most developed passing skills you're going to see out there. And what I found very impressive out of Rice Plumlee was last year he was able to step in a bowl game as a slot receiver after playing quarterback the entire season, not as the starting quarterback, but taking reps as a quarterback. And he stepped in at slot receiver against Indiana in the Outback Bowl, and he was impressive. Caught 8 or 9 passes, caught the pass that set up the game-winning touchdown, and so he moves on to UCF to play quarterback. And, of course, UCF lost Dillon Gabriel, followed the bouncing ball of the quarterbacks around the nation. Dillon Gabriel from UCF to Oklahoma, Caleb Williams from Oklahoma to who knows where. He has yet to decide. We're hearing USC. That was my initial guess to Mitt. USC for Caleb Williams. That's what we're hearing now, even though it seemed to have cooled. And there are other rumored schools out there like Georgia, Miami, and others. Caleb Williams to USC possibly. And then that would probably trigger Jackson Dart to move on from USC. Keaton Slovis from USC to Pitt. And it's all over the place, isn't it? It's crazy. Florida's cornerback Kyrie Elam has declared for the NFL draft. North Dakota State University, congratulations. They have won the FCS championship again. If you are on Alabama fatigue, consider this. NDSU has won 9 national championships in the last 11 years. So if you are sick of Alabama and the rest of the elite that are always in the playoffs, but specifically Alabama because they always win the national championship, 9 of 11. Okay, Indiana's hired a new defensive coordinator from Minnesota. How about Jackson State landing another top of the rung recruit in Kevin Coleman? Kevin Coleman, I believe, out of St. Louis, who had considered Miami and Florida State, but he goes to Jackson State, and now Deion Sanders has recruited and signed Travis Hunter, Kevin Coleman, 2 of the best players in the country. If this continues, does it change the balance of power, or are there scheduling considerations that start to take place? They are a long, long way from building a team that could compete in a major conference, but they just picked up 2 of the best high school football players in the nation. But in football, of course, it's not basketball. You need waves of players. All right, let's see what you all have to say. Yakov 22. If Ed Too Tall Jones had been just a bit taller, might have been able to knock the pass down. Don't know what you guys are talking about. Alfred, let's go Dogs. We've got Easy Money in the chat. Roll Tide Roll. Lewis. Yep. Go get our buddy Josh Pate. Josh is a great guy. He's been here on our show. Awesome. Appreciate that. I fire up a live stream for 8 hours, and some people are just picky. Just picky. Lewis. Who's their mama? Natty Day is finally here. I'm going to take an informal poll. Who is into this national championship game? Who is not into it? How many of you are going to watch it with fervency? And aside from Alabama and Georgia fans, you can, of course, chime in and say, hey, I'm a Georgia fan. Of course, I'm going to be locked in. If you're outside of the Alabama-Georgia contingent, I would love to know whether you're going to be locked into this game. Just, hey, they're the 2 best teams. I want to see the best football. I want to see who wins this championship. I'm interested to see if Alabama continues to dominate Georgia, or if Georgia can finally push through and all that. Or if you're just, I am sick of Alabama. I'm sick of the SEC. I'm sick of the same teams. You could be on that end of it. And maybe you're not watching. Maybe you're a huge college football fan, and I'm not one of these people that's going to say, you're a college football fan, you need to be in front of your TV at 8 o'clock, because otherwise you're not a college football fan. Not necessarily. I may have said that at one point in my life, but now I realize there are other things in life, other entertainment opportunities, other things to do, other people in life, that if you really can't stand these 2 teams and you don't want to watch, and you've watched a ton of college football this year already, who am I to say that you are not a true college football fan? Philip's going to be there. Go Dogs. And who's in the middle? Now, so I am obligated to watch. I have to watch. It's my job to watch on one hand. But how long has that been the case? Basically, I've had this YouTube channel for 7, 8 years. something in that range, but it's only been my full-time business job for 1 year. I'm always going to watch the national championship game. If it was Alabama and Georgia 10 years in a row, I would be watching the national championship game even without a business. If it was just me, college football fan like you, I'm watching the game. Am I that excited about it? Am I that pumped up? No, I'm not. But I still want to see the two best teams in college football play. And I would say this is the first time since 2016. First time since 2016 that I know. And when I say I know, that's not 100%, 1,000% foolproof, but it's like 99.9%. No, these are the two best teams in college football. Last year, those were probably the two best teams. Alabama, Ohio State, those were probably the two best teams. It would have been nice to see a full season play out and see if Ohio State could have been better had they had more reps and also been healthy. But who's to argue? Clemson was in the playoff. They obviously were the best team in the ACC, and they were better than Notre Dame, who made the playoff. They killed them by 24 points in the ACC championship game, and it wasn't even that close. And Ohio State smashed Clemson. So those were probably the two best teams. I don't think it was as decisive last year as it is this year. Okay, 2019, LSU was definitely one of the two best teams. Clemson, look at the Ohio State game. That was controversial. Was Clemson the second best team in the country? Maybe. I really think Ohio State was. Clemson right there. Alabama, even though they did not make the playoff, was right there. So we did not necessarily have the two best teams in 2019. 2018, Clemson, Alabama. Okay. Yeah, not 2016. 2018, the last time those were the two best teams in college football. 2017, Alabama, Georgia, possibly. I think that's debatable. But 2016, Alabama, Clemson. Yes, 2015, Alabama, Clemson. Maybe Ohio State was one of the two best, possibly. But those two teams earned it. And in 2014, Ohio State, Oregon, I believe that Ohio State and Alabama were the two best teams in 2014. Even to the point, of course, we've got 7 years of hindsight at this point, but in 2014, when they were actually on the field and before the game, I even said, these are the two best teams in college football. Whoever wins this game is going to win the national championship. And then even though Oregon was a 5-point favorite against Ohio State in the national championship game, that was obviously ridiculous. So we've had some debatable national championship games in regards to who are truly the two best teams in college football. We do not have that, I do not believe, this year. I cannot see another team with an argument. Alan V. Troll Patrol. It's good to have a Troll Patrol. We need that. Mark Rogers loves Championship Monday, but hates me. My goodness, that's pretty harsh there, Alan. Man, I love you more than Championship Monday. Alfred says Sikkim. And I apparently hate Alfred too. Man, I'm just full of hate. Hate and venom. There's a song that's got hate and venom in it. Michael just wants to see a good football game. I would like to see a good football game. I do not want to see 24-3 at halftime. Unless if Alabama's up 24-3 at halftime, they're the winner. If Georgia's up 24-3 at halftime, I'm intrigued to see whether Alabama could come back. Coach Jake's here. Good to see him. Dalton. Alfred wants blowout. Yeah, so if you're a fan of either one of these teams, or I'll ask this for everyone, when your team is in a championship situation, would you rather see a great game, see your team win in the end, but see a great game and be invested in 3.5 hours, and then see your team win with 15 seconds left on the clock? Or do you want 28-0 at halftime and I can just relax in the second half and I can just pressure's off, we won, and just celebrate? The second half is just a celebration. The man here is reminding us that James Laurinaitis, the great Ohio State linebacker, most recently of the Big Ten Network, has joined the Notre Dame coaching staff. Yes, I was aware of that. I saw a Zoom call that James Laurinaitis did concerning such. Do we have any opinions? I know there's a connection there regards to Marcus Freeman recently slamming Ohio State. Some people would consider it slamming. Other people would consider it to be mild and harmless. I would take it somewhere in the middle. I think it was a definite slam. It was not obvious. It was not. It was just a poor choice of words, and it was just a poor path to take, more so. Biggs Mikes. Oh, let me hear you say it. Go Blue. Only because it's on the banner. Michael. Gopher fan. Michael. All due respect. You know I love you. Alabama fans, Clemson fans, Ohio State, Michigan fans, Florida fans, Florida State, Miami, a few others, Oklahoma fans. I love fan bases and fan bases that are represented, and folks like Michael here who root for the underdog, who root for the teams that do not contend for national championships and love college football. I love, just in this past season, it seems like we have received more input from people who are Washington State fans, Oregon State fans, TCU fans, Minnesota fans. We got a few Minnesota people. They contact me on a regular basis. Michigan State fans. Who else? A few others out there. Pitt. Got our guy Pitt. Our talk is Pitt. Will's here. Go Bucks. D-Rock Irish. Good to see you. A must win for Kirby and Georgia tonight. Yeah. You talk about the ultimate house money game. I'm talking about Nick Saban from a historical career perspective. What else does the man have to do? Nothing. I know he wants to win for this team. I know he wants to win because he's a competitor and he has poured his life and his soul into his work. And he hates to lose. That's one of the things that makes him the greatest, the best. But in terms of legacy, Nick Saban, just piling on at this point. It is just piling on another one. But for Kirby Smart, this means a lot. Caroline's watching. Alfred says a must win for Bama. Yes, rest in peace to Bob Saget. We heard the news last night. And that is unfortunate. Jet Mech, good to see you there, asking the best uniform in college football. Okay, I'm going to take my boys out of it because that would be bias. This is an easy answer. I have thought it. I have held this opinion for a long time. Best uniform in college football. UCLA. Charles, who wins tonight? We will have our prediction unveiled later. thought I was a vegan. Oh my goodness. I'm anything but a vegan. Roger Dodger says, I don't believe Texas A&M Fave recruits 30 million to sign. If true, then how much did they give the returning players? Zero? It's a good point. It's a good point. Hank Q from Hawaii. Hank, it's good to see you. Thank you for joining the conversation. And for many of you who listen on a regular basis and watch on a regular basis, even if you don't have a lot of comments to make, if you just want to say hi, I love to see a new name up there. Hank from Laie, Hawaii. Is that pronounced correctly? L-A-I, I believe is Lai, and then Laie, Hawaii. Man, I'm guessing it's not 25 degrees in Laie, Hawaii this morning. Or let's see, for you, it would be, yeah, you just gave us a good morning. We launched at noon. Hawaii's 7 hours behind. 7, I believe. 5 in the morning. Get the nachos ready. D-Rock Irish, this is the year the Dogs Bama has some weak spots unlike previous years. This must be the win time for Georgia. Roger Dodger, Kissin' Cousins Bowl tonight. What is this, an Elvis movie marathon or something? Kissin' Cousins. All right. The real MVP, the only thing I know for sure is that an SEC team will win the Natty. Yes, we do know that. Where do we stand on our bowl standings? Not that they mean anything. Alfred, ooh, big statement here. Bryce Young will be balled up in the fetal position by halftime. Yakov 22. Mark, did you ever attend a game at Sanford Stadium? I did not. Roger Dodger also knows that an SEC team will lose the Natty tonight. Thank you for that balance, Roger Dodger. During the course of the national championship run from 2006 through 12, I noted from time to time when people would, SEC backers would say, hey, we won 7 consecutive national championships. Yes, you were given the opportunity, first and foremost, you were given the opportunity to play in 7 consecutive national championship games. So I will credit the SEC with taking advantage and winning the national championship, but no other conference was afforded those opportunities. Number one. Number two, in 2011, the SEC also lost the national championship game. In 2017, the SEC also lost the national championship game. So if you take credit for the win, you got to take credit for the loss. Jet Mack is saying that Saban is just inviting Congress to get involved. That will kill college football. Congress to get involved. The only positive I would say in response to that is that if, first of all, aside from the NCAA, there is no governing body over college football. So we saw it during the pandemic. It played out in a most classic state to remind us that this is a disjointed sport. And so each conference operates on its own and tries to cooperate with the other conferences when it comes to national topics, the playoff in particular. But the NCAA is a governing body to a certain extent, but the NCAA has basically become just a watchdog of the guidelines and ethics that have been established and an investigation agency that, other than that, has lost its power otherwise. And I would think that they could easily be taken to court as opposed to Congress if there's a law on the books or a series of laws that deal with NIL, then that would be more difficult that would be more binding Cowan, you're a kind soul there. I need to regulate my sleep schedule. I'm still working on that. If I was going to sleep 8 hours a night, I would sleep from 1 to 9 because I think there's a reason God raises the sun in the morning and sets it at night. He's basically telling us this is when you're supposed to be sleeping. Now, of course, in the winter in Connecticut, that means at 4:30 in the afternoon, you could be going to bed. That aside, during the rest of the year, from about March, it'll start staying a little bit later. Yeah. Like last night, I stayed up till, regardless of when I stayed up till, I think it was about 3 a.m. When I went to bed, I couldn't go to sleep, couldn't sleep. So I didn't start sleeping till like 5 in the morning. And I got a phone call about 9 or 9:15. So that was that. So I might look a little punch drunk. Oh, you Yardbird. Let's just leave the NIL alone. I want to see Elon Musk donate to Texas. $1 billion to each player. Texas will have 300 5-stars every year. Still not win, I guess, is where you're headed with that. The man here, Mark, you remember Alabama's goal line stand versus Penn State in the 1979 Sugar Bowl? Absolutely, I do. I watched it live. Keith Jackson and Frank Broyles at the mic. And there's some controversy as to whether Penn State actually scored. I'm going to guess off the top of my head that Matt Suey was the ball carrier at least for a couple of those shots down at the goal line. And I can't think of the guy's first name, the player's first name, Gooman, the quarterback for Penn State. And would that have been Stedman Shealy, or was that the quarterback for Alabama? It's been so long since I've read anything, watched that, or anything, but I know that it was controversial. I know that, boy, if there had been instant replay, they might have overturned one of those goal line punches that Penn State went over the top. That was prior to Kurt Warner, because let's see, he was drafted in 83. So that was the 78 season. No. Yeah, that was the 78 season, the 79 Sugar Bowl. Oh, yes, I remember it, but it's been a long time since Barry Krause. Yes, easy money. Yes, Roger Dodger. Big news out of USC that Caleb Williams and Mario Williams, who's following Caleb around like a little puppy, were in Los Angeles this weekend to visit USC. So Jet Mech with NIL money being tied to the school, that way it is auditable, and traceable. Sell a football with a player autograph, the player gets a cut. That will work. That's how I originally had it played out. So we go all the way back to 2013. Johnny Manziel suspended for the first half of the first game for the alleged signing of the jersey, football, whatever it was, in Florida. And this became a hot topic for that period of time in particular. I thought at that point, I said, we have so many unscrupulous people involved in college football, and therefore things going on under the radar, under the table. Why do we not bring this into the light? And so I thought the way this would play out is that the schools and the conferences would take charge, take ownership, and say, we are going to allow the players to benefit from their name, image, and likeness, and it's going to go through us. So Joe Blow's car dealership down the street in Starkville, Mississippi wants to spend $1 million to donate to the players and have them come down once a week during the off season to sign autographs. Then that's the exchange. It goes through the school. They take care of a couple simple administrative costs, and then they, bam, distribute it to the players in question. Or an official from the schools on hand while said players are down at the car dealership from 3 to 6 on Saturday signing autographs, and they determine, okay, Will Rogers signed 42 and Whaley signed 15, and let's distribute the money accordingly. I thought it was going to go through the schools. I suggested it go through the schools. Therefore, it was above board. But the schools and the conferences dragged their feet. Double O'Neill believes that this will be the least watched championship game ever. Might be right. Let's see if I can follow this easy money. Steely Dan's Deacon Blues. They got a name for the winners in the world. They call Alabama the Crimson Tide. We'll be using their Hey 19 for our 19th championship coming up. I am going to have to dive into that at some point. These 18 national championships. These 18 national championships. I would say at least 5 of them are highly questionable, and if nothing else, should be shared by others. Justin's going Bama 38-27. I've got my score. I've had it since early this morning. Stretching my neck. I'm going to do that every so often. So I've had my score right here. For the entire season, my picks have been exclusive to Patreon, but I will release my national championship game pick right here at the Voice of College Football, right here on YouTube on the main channel. And we are also simulcasting on the SEC channel, on the Alabama, and the Georgia channels. So hello to all of you. Please subscribe to the Alabama and Georgia channels. Help grow us up to 1,000 subs. That's a key metric in the YouTube universe. 1,000 subscribers is a key analytic in YouTube. So please get our Alabama and Georgia subscriber list up to 1,000, and we would appreciate that. So Justin with the first prediction of the game, Bama 38-27. And again, I've got my score. Let's not lose it. I've gone back and forth between 2 scores, and they're basically the same score differential, so it doesn't really matter. I'm just thinking whether there's going to be more points or less points. Doesn't matter that much. I will release that later today. I got to remind myself. I usually take a few notes during the course of the show, and I also need to make sure that our media members who are supplying picks and have supplied picks to our Patreon folks at our Voice of College Football community on Patreon, that I'm getting their picks over on Patreon. So I'm going to do a little work over here to the side from time to time. But yeah, my pick. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. We'll go with the lower of the 2. Yakov would have to remind me. would have to remind me, oh, that's what you're talking about, the Ed Too Tall Jones miss. Today is exactly 40 years since, yeah. That I still will say, with all the bitter disappointments that I have had to endure in sports, let's put it in context. That's the worst. Jack is not only watching, he's called off work tomorrow, either anticipating being in misery or a little too much celebration after the game, and he is locked in. Lewis, not watching. Who's a Rama Roll Damn Tide? Rage Grange. It will be interesting to see what happens with Dion if Power 5 schools come calling. It will be. Ayo Alex, locked in just because he likes football. OU Yardbird says, I want Bama to win because they were on the struggle bus all year. Everyone was laughing at them. Not me. SEC Dog, if you don't want the two best teams to play for it all, then start watching badminton or something. Roger Dodger's going to do some tiling in the bathroom, a more productive endeavor. Good job. Coach Jake, Roll Tide. Double O'Neill. This is a different take. I am a college football fan, which is exactly why I will not be in front of the television watching this game. How about that? Easy money. The haters say they won't be watching Roll Tide, SEC. And let's not forget the final SEC. Gator fan, Alan, good to see you right here, the voice of college football. Jackson State catching up with Michigan on the 5-star roster. Alfred, everyone will watch. I think it's going to be a rough TV rating. Consider this, the Rose Bowl. So the Rose Bowl, for as enthusiastic as the Utah fan base was, the Utah football team did not bring people to the TV screen. They just don't. Okay. So outside the state of Utah, the country was not pulled in by Utah. The country was pulled in by three things. It's the Rose Bowl. So some people just watch the Rose Bowl. They may just be sports fans that just watch whatever. They watch the NBA one day and then they watch whatever's big going on. And they just watch the Rose Bowl. Doesn't matter who's playing. So you've got those Rose Bowl watchers. And then you have Ohio State. That's the second reason. Ohio State, this is all there is to it, is that if you look at the top 10 to 20 rated TV games every year, it's a collection of the best teams in the SEC, which right now, Alabama and whomever else that year, but it's not so much Alabama all the time, because if we take this back 15 years, then there's a lot more LSU and Florida and Auburn and some other teams vying for these rating slots. But it's the top of the SEC, Alabama, etc. It's Ohio State, Michigan. It's pretty much your list. Maybe you get an Oklahoma, Texas. Maybe you get a Notre Dame and somebody. Maybe you get a Penn State and Michigan, Ohio State. But that's the connection. Those are your highest rated games in television every year in college football. Coos' Corners here. So here's the deal. Please join us on our West Virginia channel. Just go down to, there it is. Bam, right there on the banner. Please subscribe to our West Virginia channel. even if you don't like the Mountaineers, I am asking that you please subscribe to our West Virginia channel. And if it bothers you so much that you don't want to stay subscribed to the channel, as soon as we get to 1,000 subs and clear that bar by a little bit, get us to 1,050, go ahead and unsubscribe. Go ahead and unsubscribe. If it bothers you that much, please subscribe to our West Virginia channel. Get us to 1,000 subs. But the reason I said that was I was reminded of, and I've lost track of the comment now. Where is he? Our guy, Justin, there. Coos's Corner. Please join him on YouTube. Coos's Corner. You see the spelling right there. And we've got a West Virginia show that we launched 3 weeks ago. West Virginia Football Talk on Friday night. Had a good time this past Friday night with Golden Blue Dude and Coos's Corner. My voice can make it 8 hours. And then I've got 3 hours to rest the voice. And then, bam, right into the call-in show tonight. So remember, you should all know this. I would think that after the game, we are going to have the phone lines open for as long as you keep calling, because it is the national championship game. Jared the actor, I'm definitely a college football fan, but I could care less who wins tonight. College football playoff format needs to change ASAP. Absolutely, it does. Coach Jake, bittersweet day. Love watching the Natty, but sad for the end of the college football season. Exactly. I mention this from time to time. The college football season is shorter than any other season. Therefore, the off season longer. Consider if you're an NBA fan, the season goes all the way through June. So you're only off on July, August, September. By the end of October, 3.5 months later, you're back to it. Baseball. People think baseball is the longest sport in terms of a season. It's actually not. Of course, the number of games it is. But the NBA's a longer season. Baseball, April through October. So November off, December, January, February, March, end of March. Okay, 5 months off. NBA, only 3.5 months off. College football. Still the beginning of January. Basically, January off, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. Almost 8 months we have to wait. NBA fans, a little over 3 months. College football fans, 8 months. Suspense and escape will not be watching. Marine 76 is looking for the phone number. We will crank up the phone lines at some point soon. Jeff is here. Good to see you. George is here. Florida is back. Absolutely, they're back. Matthew, Duck fan, going for the Dogs this game after so much haha, but a college fan in general, so typically watch anyhow. D-Rock is going to watch part of the game. Why are you selecting part of the game? Robert, Texas fans still watching, interested to see if Georgia can finally break through. Won't bother me who wins either way. For Roger Dodger, the DIY dental crowning YouTube video may win out. It's a good one, I hear. SEC dog. It'll be funny when they expand the playoffs and possibly have 4 SEC teams in the Final Four. Careful what you all ask for. SEC dog, that is not going to happen. And if it happened, it just mathematically won't happen. Even if a lot of people believed that the 4 best teams in college football were in the SEC, there's too many games in conference, too many losses. Gee, Bama boy, this apparently during the time that I was running through the various championship game matchups, and if they were truly the 2 best teams, gee, Bama boy, a healthy Bama would have beaten LSU in 2019 in a rematch. In 2019, I clearly stated going into the playoff, LSU, Ohio State, Clemson, clearly the top 3 teams. Oklahoma earned the spot. There's no doubt in my mind. 1-loss conference champion. Nobody else could claim that. So they earned it. But they were not one of the 4 best teams. And I knew it even before the playoffs started, that Alabama was the 4th best team or one of the 4 best. And would have loved to have seen, could you imagine an Alabama LSU semifinal game that year? Easy money. They created our current 14 playoff to limit the SEC success in the BCS era. It did not work. Wonder what they'll do when expanding doesn't work. Okay, easy money. The only thing I would say to that is the playoff was expanded to include conferences and conference champions, and more than anything, it was expanded to make more money. If they, whoever they are in your, I know you don't state the word they, well, you do, yes, they, whoever they are, created our current 14 play. The same powers that be, they are the people selecting the playoff. So if they created a current 14 playoff to limit the SEC, they have complete control over selecting SEC teams to be in the playoff. So your theory doesn't work. Now, if they manipulated the system in such a way and it was an objective playoff system like the NFL, and let's say the NFL, the powers that be, wanted to eliminate a certain division or conference or part of the country, and they thought and researched and looked at past history and thought they could devise some kind of system that would select different teams, that would be one thing. But these people actually just flat out select the teams. It is not an objective process. We all understand that, right? There's a difference between pick your sport, NFL, NHL, Major League Baseball, NBA. The teams do not get selected. The teams play games, they play a schedule, and the schedule and the results of the games determine who makes the playoffs. In college football, the results of all these games are interpreted by 13 people who decide who gets in the playoffs. Let's see, Jack Mizell. Hey, Mark, can you give me a stat for each side that you would say they will win if they get, example, Georgia getting over 5 yards per rush? Yeah, I would say that if Georgia averages more than 75 yards per carry, they're going to win the national championship. Okay. To be more accurate and serious, turnovers are always the best indicator of the winner of a football game. Something in the range of 85% of the time, the winner of the turnover battle will win. Now, if the turnover battle is 1-0 or 2-1, if it's within 1, it probably won't be decisive. And I don't, now, if you could tell me that the turnover battle's going to be 4-1 or 4-0, then that's going to be significant. But I don't believe that's going to be the case. These teams do not turn the ball over much. we went through the stats. Check out the stats that we did for the playoffs. Everybody, check out the videos that we posted from both sides. So we had Big Dog Brett on. We had Stephen M. Smith of Touchdown Alabama. We had Savannah Lee Richardson from Dawn of the Dog. We had on Gary Harris from WVUA for some of you folks who are close to the Tuscaloosa TV market, the sports director there who does a tremendous job. Okay, stats. I want Stetson Bennett's TD to turnover ratio, not his TD to pick ratio, his TD to turnover ratio. And I want Alabama's yards per carry. Because if they can run it just a little, just a bit, I know they're going to be able to have throwing success. So I'll take those two. Give me Stetson Bennett's touchdown to turnover. I want both of those numbers. If he had 3 touchdown passes and 3 turnovers, and I want Alabama's rushing average per rush. Home and away. That goes by the seeding vodka drinker. The seeding. Alabama's the 1 seed. They are the home team. They will have on the dark jerseys. Thank you, Robert. Like, share, subscribe, turn on the notifications once you've subscribed, please. Not you, Stexer. The championship has already been determined on the field. We're just giving Georgia another chance because Georgia rightly determined the SEC championship was meaningless. So Not you, Stexer is a big proponent of no playoffs. Out of our regular viewers, we got Chris and we've got Not you, Stexer, who are proponents of no playoff. None. I don't know what they necessarily propose. Big week for Nebraska football, picking up Trey Palmer from LSU, the wide receiver, and also the quarterback from Texas, Casey Thompson, who led the Big 12 in touchdown passes. Rolleth Tide, Nate. It's good to see Bama fan here and Wettish and Marine 76. Roger Dodger. There's a prediction that Saban retires with a win tonight. Phenomenal anomaly. Devarius. Good to see you guys. Frederick as well. Roll Tide roll. Close win. I did not get my glasses fixed. No. They're over there. Can't reach them. Did not get my glasses fixed. No. Got my contacts in. We'll get to it. The Real MVP, appreciate that. Subscribe to my Alabama channel. Chippy, Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. I believe this is the first time that I've seen your name and handle here in the chat. Appreciate that so much. I'll give you one of these. Welcome into the Voice of College Football. Chippy, thank you so much for being here. Would love to know who you root for and how long you've been watching. The man here, Mark, back in the day, did you follow the USFL? Absolutely. Loved it. Loved it. So, not that I had a team, I wasn't a fan of a team, but the team that I liked the most was the Chicago Blitz. And that was mostly because I don't know if it all came down to just that they drafted Tim Spencer. They drafted Tim Spencer. That's the only memory I have of why I chose the Chicago Blitz. I think it was a combination. They drafted Tim Spencer. George Allen was their first coach. And not that I liked George Allen, but I just thought it was kind of cool that they got this old, successful NFL coach. And yeah, the Chicago Blitz I liked. But oh man, the names, the uniforms. You know, I look back at my childhood and my formative years, and I don't know. Every time I think of things that I would like to watch, read, do, I think I don't have time to do that. I would like to take up karate. I took a karate class when I was in college. That has been my only connection to karate. I would like to do more hiking. I would like to get a mountain bike and start doing some mountain biking because of my joints and so forth. I would like to do some swimming. There's all sorts of things I'd like to do. I, for a certain amount of time in my life, based on a relationship 5 to 10 years ago, I did a lot of traveling. For me, a lot of traveling. I wasn't like every weekend somewhere, but a lot. You know, California, Vegas, Florida, New York City, etc. Like to do that. Why did I bring all this up? Oh, there's a stack of books that I believe I should be reading. All sorts of things. I see things on TV, people bring up movies and shows, and my answer is always, I don't have enough time. And then I think about when I was a kid, like I think about being in college. So I'm in college. I've got a job at the old Sparkle Market. So I'm not working 40 hours a week, but I'm working 25. I've got an internship for 2 semesters at the local ABC TV station where I went there 2 nights a week. And also Saturdays. And then on top of that, I'm in college. So you got to study for tests, you got to do projects, write papers, all that. So a job, an internship, full-time student, got a girlfriend. So I'm going on dates, doing all that. Got my friends. We're going out. And it seems like I still have time to watch endless sports on TV. It seems like I still have enough time to keep up with Major League Baseball to an extreme. Like so I was in college from 87, 86 to 90, the end of 1990. I graduated at the end of 90, not in May, but in December. I went 4.5 years. I can't believe how much I must not have slept. I think about what I did, and I was playing tennis a lot. I was playing backyard football, flag football, all that. I just and like you couldn't ask me anything about the NFL or college football or Major League Baseball that I wouldn't know was going on. If you said, what's what's Dale Murphy's batting average? It's 279. I was like, and now it seems like I can't retain anything. I don't watch, when I watch the NFL on Sunday, I really don't know what's going on. I know most of the players from following them in college football, or if they're old timers, if it's Aaron Rodgers, well, everybody knows who that is. But where I used to know everything about the NFL, my goodness, now I thought about a team not making the playoffs when all the playoff situations were going down yesterday, and I used to be able to give you every score of every playoff game in history. Doom, doom, doom. So if you said Denver Broncos, when was the last time they were in the playoffs? Well, this is an easy answer because that's the last time when Peyton Manning was there and they won the Super Bowl. They haven't been to the playoffs since. So that's an easy one. But there was another team where I think my son asked me last night, and I thought, oh, he asked me about when the Raiders moved to Vegas, which I said, I think this is their second season in Vegas. And then he said, when's the last time they made the playoffs? Well, back in the day, I would have been like, doop, boop, boom, this game. They've missed the last 3 years. They were there 4 years ago. And I said, I remember them playing the Texans in a playoff game about 4 years ago. I think Derek Carr has taken them to one playoff game, and that was against the Houston Texans. I'm almost positive, but guessing that was about 2017, 16, something like that. So man, I know why I went on that rampage. It's because I was asked about the USFL. So, oh man, the Birmingham Stallions and the Houston Gamblers and the New Orleans, what were they? The Memphis Showboats, the New Orleans, were they the Renegades? The Florida Renegades, the Arizona Wranglers, who moved from Chicago, correct? The Michigan Panthers, Oakland. What was Oakland? New Jersey Generals, of course, the Boston. See, I forget them. Yeah, my goodness. Think George Allen coached in that league, and Steve Spurrier, Howard Schnellenberger. Who else? I'm sure a ton of people that I'm forgetting right now. Bobby Ross. Oh, yeah. Don't get me started on the USFL. I enjoyed it. Big Dog Brett's here. We let everyone know that we had a live show. So we've got more analysis on Alabama and Georgia here that you can imagine. There's got to be at least 4 to 5 hours, more than that, of Alabama, Georgia analysis here. The man here, have you seen a game in Athens and or Tuscaloosa? So I let you know that not in Athens, but in Tuscaloosa. I've seen a lot of games in Tuscaloosa. I've been to Bryant-Denny Stadium many times, meaning probably 10 or 12, because I was covering Alabama football from 1994 through 2000. So I would usually go to, we covered Ole Miss, Mississippi State, and Alabama. So I went to a number of Alabama games. I remember seeing LSU play there a few times, and Ole Miss and Mississippi State. And actually, the weekend, my first weekend on the job at WCBI in Mississippi, I covered a Vanderbilt Alabama game. That was my first college football game covering in person. Alabama and Vanderbilt. Gene Stallings and Bama crushed them 14-6. Garrett wants to see Georgia finally get one. That being said, I will never pick against Saban, especially as an underdog. Gig 'em. Oh, Texas A&M fan. Garrett, good to see you. Hopefully you catch our Texas A&M coverage on a regular basis with our guy, Andrew Hattersley. Weddish says my girlfriend is from Kanohi, so I had to adopt watching the Rainbow Warriors. Very cool. Jerry, hello from Kentucky. Seeing tons of names that I don't normally see. And we don't normally go live, especially here on the main channel this time of the day. So it's great to see everyone here. Not you, Stexer. You need to call the show sometime and we will talk about this playoff situation. Will Anderson, the Will Anderson, writing into the show. Biggs Mike's. Mark, do you think if Jim Harbaugh leaves, Michigan will hire from within? Gaddis or Mike Hart possibly? Mike Hart is not going to be the next football coach. I cannot imagine that Mike Hart is at the point in which he is prepared to take on a major football operation. So I don't believe it would be Mike Hart. If it would be Josh Gaddis. I think Josh Gaddis is going to be considered, going to be in the running, going to be interviewed. I would bet against it. Jay, enjoy your massage. I would love to have a massage right now. Coos's Corner about, Hawaii football, Todd Graham. A lot of issues there, apparently, a lot of accusations. Pizza Woman's here. Hey, Pizza Woman. Good to see you. The man here. Do your son and daughter share your love of college football? Okay. My son did for a while. I used to tell my kids on Saturdays, I used to tell them, if you leave, and I was having a conversation at the time with like 5-year-olds, but I was telling them, if you just leave me be and go play by yourselves, you understand that I'm going to sit here and watch college football from noon until 2:00 in the morning. And I really don't want to do that because I want to spend the time with you. So I'm trying to think of when my schedule changed, because actually I worked Saturdays at the Worldwide Leader until like 8 or 9. So maybe they were a little bit older than that, maybe in the 10 range, because I had to work on Saturdays for a long time. But at one point I let them know, basically, you need to get me off the couch, because if you just leave me to why did I get into that? Oh, yeah, about my son and daughter. So they didn't care anything about sports. My son didn't get into sports until he was about 12. He told me yesterday, we were watching the Chargers-Raiders game last night, and of course, Ben Roethlisberger could have played his last game had that game gone a different way. And the game that he played against Baltimore yesterday, and my son reminded me that the first NFL game he ever watched was the Steelers-Cardinals Super Bowl. And then he was hooked. So he was 12 then. So he didn't get into sports. And actually, he started liking baseball before that. He was a baseball fan. Then he started to like football. And really, the first Ohio State-Michigan game I remember him watching was the 08 42-7 game, and he got into the Buckeyes. So really starting with that game, and he got into the Texas Fiesta Bowl game that year, And then he was locked in. He was huge into the Buckeyes from like 08, 09 until about it kind of gradually started sliding around, I would say 2016, 17, 18, in that range. And that's about the time he graduated from high school, which was, I think, in 2015. Yeah. So a little bit after his graduation from high school, just got involved in other things, kind of realized much earlier in life than I did, then these guys are wearing laundry and you're rooting for laundry. And he came. So now, does he want Ohio State to win? Yeah. Does he really care? No, not that much. My daughter never really got into it, but she would watch the games with me just to keep me company. What was really sweet is when my son graduated from high school, he left for about 6 to 8 months to go live out of state, and my daughter made sure that she was here watching the Buckeyes games with me, even though she could have been off with her friends and, did that on Friday night, but would watch the Buckeyes games with me because I think she knew, she didn't say it, but she knew that I missed having my son here to watch college football with. And he would watch more than just Ohio State. He was into it. So he had his 7 or 8 years of being really into it. Now he works. He doesn't care about college football. Not much. Phenomenal anomaly. Study your history of rematches. Did you take that in? Are you telling me to study it or you studied it? I released a video. I wish some folks would watch it. I just simply wanted to present the last 50 years of college football rematches. And I don't necessarily think it leads us to determine that there's a trend here, but just that, hey, here it is. And this is what's happened when teams have rematched when there's been something on the line. So I've only taken major bowl games, and we know that just in the recent past we've had opt-outs, and the major bowl games have taken less significance. But for the great majority of that time, the major bowl games were played in such a way that they were like championship games. The teams cared and were fully invested. So I took conference championship games and major bowl games. Purdue and Central Michigan rematched in the Little Caesars Bowl. I did not take those examples. Just the major games, top 10 opponents, conference championship games, rematches. There have been 40 in the last 50 years. I posted that video. Barry has taken Georgia's drought for a national championship to biblical proportions. I just realized we have waited longer than the Israelites, for the people of Israel walked 40 years in the wilderness. Joshua 5:6. Barry Krause, yes, made the stop. Hoghead against Penn State. Somebody is mad at Georgia because they could have knocked out Alabama and ushered Notre Dame into the playoff. King Sicko? King Sicko? Yes, morning streams. Church was canceled yesterday on Sunday. We showed up at 11 a.m. and then here today at noon. It's National Championship Day. Dewey, appreciate you. Firmus Paradox, good to see you. Mike Gooman. Yes. Mike Gooman. Yes. Now it's coming back to me, vodka drinker. Mike Gooman and Matt Suey were the running backs. Chuck Fusina, number 14, played quarterback for Penn State. Oh, yeah. I wondered why somebody brought up Kurt Warner. Kurt Warner, Penn State running back, number 2 pick in the NFL draft by the Seattle Seahawks in 1983. 83. Yes, won the national championship in 82. That Kurt Warner. Thank you. Coos picking up for me. We are back to the 79 Sugar Bowl. Ooh, here's a great question. Mike 3883, when was the first televised national championship? Well, for one thing, let's understand Mike 3883. Before 1998, there was not a national championship game. So you would have to define that to a certain extent. So just I would believe that a Rose Bowl was the first televised bowl game. I could almost guarantee that, but all the major bowl games. So sometime in the early 50s. So you can Google that for us and let us know. Barry likes Georgia 21-7. 7 points for that Alabama offense. Sauer, YT, 31-28 Dogs. Mike likes Bama 32-24. Kingsico, Bama 41-17. So Georgia scores 1 less touchdown than last time and the time before that. Cheryl's here. Good to see you, Cheryl. Oh, boy. The SEC was not afforded. They earned it. Remember one year Auburn went undefeated and was not allowed to play, so stop lying. Oh, my. Let's calm down, first of all. There's no one lying here. Okay. There was a BCS championship game from 1998 through 2013. I believe that the teams that played in that championship game generally earned it, but you cannot argue that there were other teams with similar qualifications that could have been selected for that game. And let's not make a mistake about this. That game was largely selected as well. What made up the BCS formula? 1/3 computers. People forget this, or they are not knowledgeable about the situation. I hear this all the time about the BCS was determined by computers. No, that was 1/3 of the formula. 1/3 was computer. 1/3 was the AP vote. 1/3 was the coaches poll. Okay. I do not know this for sure, but I have heard from several sources that the computers did not override the rankings from the coaches and the AP poll ever. So this too was selected not just by 13 people, but by 120. There's about 60 to 70 votes in each poll. So not you, Stexer. I'm going to set you straight on this. First of all, do not call me a liar. That's an idiotic thing to say, and it's abusive, and it's defaming, and you're a moron for saying that. So don't do that. Understand that what you say should mean something. So just don't start throwing phrases around that are meaningless. That's irresponsible. It's harsh, but if it was truthful, that would be fine. But it's irresponsible. So if you're going to be harsh, at least be accurate. Okay. We can go through any year and I can give you teams that had, and you just pointed it out right there. Auburn in 2004 had a right to play in the BCS championship game, but they were not selected. In 2013, Michigan State had the same qualifications as Auburn. They won a major conference. They finished 13-1 or 12-1. They won the Big Ten championship game over Ohio State, just like Auburn won the SEC championship game over Missouri. They had the same qualifications. Why was Michigan State not in the BCS championship game in 2013? And on and on and on. 2011, Oklahoma State, better qualifications than Alabama. They won a conference championship. Why were they not in the BCS championship game? Because they didn't get voted in. I am making the point that there, in every BCS year, there were teams. I'm not saying the teams that were in the BCS champion. Listen to me, not you, Stexer. You argue and you don't know what you're talking about, and you take my words and you either flat out misrepresent them or you take them out of context. I did not say that the teams that were in the championship game did not earn it. I said the teams, there were teams each year that earned it just as much. And because we did not have a playoff and we did not have several spots, 4, 8, 16, whatever the number, there had to be only 2 teams selected. That was not fair. And you prove it. You're proving my point by citing Auburn in 2004. They went undefeated. They won the SEC. What else were they supposed to do? Why were they not given an opportunity to play for the national championship? Because there were 2 other teams that were undefeated. So we had 3 undefeated teams. That's why you need a playoff. You have 3 undefeated teams. What do you do with them? What would we have done in 2019 with LSU, Ohio State, and Clemson all undefeated if we only had a BCS championship game? That's why the BCS sucks. It's horrible. It did not work, never worked. Flat out. The BCS repeatedly took teams that had just gotten blasted and annihilated and still elevated them into the championship game. This happened in 2000, happened in 2001, happened in 2008. Yeah, I like those Wake Forest unis. Basically, this is a matter of style and opinion. But basically, any college football team with the advent and the influx of the matted look and the ultra shiny chrome look, all the teams that had ugly uniforms before have been able to jazz them up and make them look good. And Wake Forest would be one of those teams. Sure, Mike, you can do a poll who's going to win in the chat, but somebody's going to have to add that up. Mark is asking, Mark C, Mark with a C, asking Mark, no D in my last name. Can you give us an update on the expansion of the college football playoff? Hard to watch SEC schools play for a championship again as a Big Ten fan living in Ohio. The update would be that there was a proposal made last summer by a subcommittee of the College Football Playoff Committee. And they made a proposal and said, this is, we looked at, I think the number was 24 different or 40 some odd formats, and we came up with this one. And now the conferences are looking at it and they are deliberating, and they are going to reconvene after the season just here in the next few weeks So we believe, based on what I've heard, that there is a slight issue in which that proposal that there would be a 12-team playoff and all 5 conference champions from the major conferences would make it, plus a 6th conference, the highest ranked conference champion from the other 5 conferences would make it. There's a slight discrepancy and difference of opinion between certain conferences as to whether the top 6 ranked conference champions should make it, or whether that should be the top 5 from the Power 5 and then the highest ranked. And if you follow me, that should be almost exactly the same any year, unless the Pac-12 continues to deteriorate. That should be enough for them. And they are the ones that are pushing back against the top 6 being selected, because they may be feeling a little inferior, that they may be left out at some point. Tyler's sick of Bama, and he wants Georgia to win, and he's taking the Bulldogs 35-31. D. Huck is going Bama 31-24. Alan, thank you so much for reminding everyone. Please like the video. If you don't do anything else here at the Voice of College Football, please like the video and subscribe right here at the Voice of College Football. We just hit 33,000 subscribers today. We appreciate your support, and we want that subscriber count to continue to go up. I really don't care about getting a YouTube plaque for 100,000 subscribers, but it would be more about what that would mean. That would mean that we're growing and we're getting to where we need to be. All right. Roger Dodger, Joe Cool. Georgia's got an Alabama win. Coos' Corner's letting us know that he thinks the College Football Playoff Committee is meeting with the school presidents today. Mark likes Bama 35-24. Shay likes Georgia. Good to see you, Shay. Bama fan, can we get a roll tide? Mark, no. Lilj 5, dogs with upset. That would not be an upset, Lilj. Just to let you know, that would not be an upset. Georgia's the favorite. It was 2.5 points, correct? That's the last I saw. Okay, Yakov 22. Mark, was the catch worse than the Brian Sipe interception versus the Raiders in 81? I remember both my father and grandfather slumped over on the couch. Well, consider this, Yakov 22. I did not like the Cleveland Browns, so I could care less. Didn't matter. I was watching that game just because I was an NFL fanatic, and of course I was watching the Browns Raiders playoff game, but I could care less about that. And that was a playoff game. The Cowboys Niners was a championship game. Lilch likes Georgia. Big load, Bama. D. Huck says, I think Bama's defense is as good as Georgia's. It just took more games down the stretch to get the experience they needed because of being so young. I would tend to like to see more in this game, but I will make that determination after the game. But I think it's reasonable to think that Alabama's defense is as good as Georgia's. Bombs would be watching regardless. Kevin Carell likes the Dogs to win 30-23. Never mind me, will not be watching. Thank you, Cheryl. Appreciate you. Cheryl's always here, always supporting, always monitoring the chat, Good stuff out of Cheryl. Thank you so much for that. Go, Cheryl. George would not miss this game for the world. I've been looking forward to this for quite a while. Is there a Minnesota channel? There is not a Minnesota channel. We would love to get to a Minnesota channel at some point, but I got my hands full with 25, maybe more. Main channel, Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, Nebraska, Iowa, Wisconsin, Oklahoma, Texas, West Virginia, Oregon, USC, the SEC, Florida, Tennessee, Georgia, Alabama, Texas A&M, Auburn, LSU, Virginia Tech, Florida State, Miami, Clemson, Notre Dame, 25. Yeah. Thank you so much for that, to Real MVP. Please subscribe to the West Virginia channel. Let me get through the live chat here real quick. Let me get through these comments, and we'll fire up the call-in show. We'll get the phone lines working here in just a second. Mike 3883 is asking, will you have a live show during the game so we can skip ESPN or whatever channel is airing it? Well, that's going to be my time to kind of relax. So we're going 8 full hours here. And then after the game, I'm going to be on for how long? 3+ hours. So just going to kind of take in the game. So no, we will not be going live during the game. Maybe I should. Maybe one year we'll try that. D Brown 2020. I wonder, does Nick Saban have to report his Aflac earnings to the university? I wouldn't know why. He was benefiting from his name and likeness for a while now. Well, he's not the first. That started decades ago for college football coaches. Okay, when it comes to any other sports, the man here, CFL football, no. I did back when I was a young tyke, watch the CFL. The Rock Irish, Major League Baseball from the World Series to spring training games, 3 months. Yeah, but we don't count exhibition games. Major League Baseball is off for what, 5 months? November, December, January, February, March. They're off for 5 months. They're off all of November, December, January, February, March. That's 5 months. So let me follow you here. It's just me, Tim79. No one cares about season-ending rankings. So first of all, understand that your statement's wrong. You don't care. And maybe a lot of people you hear around you do not care, but do not say that no one cares. I always love when people make these all-inclusive statements. Everybody cares about this. Nobody cares about that. Yes, let's understand that there are people out there that care about season-ending rankings, even if it's just me. But there are other people that care about season-ending rankings. Maybe less people than did 20 years ago. But you're still asking the question, if Alabama wins big, could Cincinnati be number 2? I don't think so. I don't know. Are you talking about in my rankings? Oh, Center Point Media. Mark, when will you release your way too early top 25 for the 2022 season? Well, let's do this. I'm going to release my top 25 that actually makes sense first thing in the morning or close to it. I don't know. If we're here talking till 3 a.m., Might take me a while because I got to figure out my top 25 that actually makes sense. And I'm going to release my 1 through 130. We're going to rank every team, but I think I'll go top 25 first, and then within a day or so, we'll release the 1 through 130 rankings. Okay. I would say in the next 2 weeks. How about that? In the next 2 weeks are way too early top 25 for this season, which be interesting to let's check this out. Let's see how bad I look. Let's look at our way too early. And I certainly made it known at the time. Do not hold me to this. This is my way too early top 25. This was probably in well, we'll find out when I release this, maybe in February or March. Here we go. March 5th. March 5th. And I remember that George Pickens got hurt right after I released this. And I thought, my goodness. Oh, I'm going to have to go team by team. Shoot, this can take a while. Okay. I had Florida 25. TCU 24. Kentucky 23. Louisiana 22. Penn State 21. LSU 20. Ole Miss 19. Indiana 18. Cincinnati 17. Arizona State 16. Texas 15. Miami 14. Wisconsin 13. Oregon 12. Iowa 11. USC 10. Notre Dame 9. North Carolina 8. Iowa State 7. Texas A&M 6. Ohio State 5. Oklahoma 4. Clemson 3. Alabama 2. Georgia 1. That was my way too early top 25 going into this season. And I just looked at my prediction. This was my preseason prediction. So that was not my official top 25 prediction, but that was, I guess I never came out with one. So that was the one top 25 prediction I had in March. Or I shouldn't say that was a prediction. That was not a prediction. I simply said these are the 25 best teams in college football right now in March of 2021, according to me. This is not a prediction. I did not look at the schedule. So I saw this the other day. Maybe I should keep this for my final score tonight. I can type. I can't see. Championship. Hang on. Get this right. I saw this the other day. So that, man, I don't like how that came out, but you can't space it the way you want to. Let's see here. Let's do it like this. There we go. That's my preseason national championship game prediction the night before the season started. So maybe I should just stay with that that score. It's worked for me so far. Maybe we stay with that score. All right. I believe I had a super chat come in. I don't want to miss that. Let me go find it. Hopefully I can. I hate when this happens. Oh, there we go. I got this one coming in from Shane. Shane, we appreciate that. Thank you so much for the contribution. People forget a big reason why the playoffs were made. In the old BCS system, if a team lost right at the end of the season, like Georgia, then they wouldn't have a chance at the championship. The timing of your loss weighed too much. I think there's some merit to that statement. But Shane, let's also understand that that again, the system at the time, the BCS system was 1/3 computers. So the computers, I don't believe, I would not bet my mortgage on this, but the computer was not just one computer. The computer was like 17 different systems. So Sagarin's ratings was 1/117th of that system. And there were so the computer ranking was not just boom, this is one computer system. So that I am a supporter of. If you're going to use a computer, do not use just one person's, because the computers only spit out what the humans tell it to spit out and what the humans tell it to analyze. So I would never be a proponent of any one person's system to be to be placed into a computer for the computer to spit out the rankings. So we had like 17 different computer formats that went into the computer 1/3 of this BCS system. Then again, 1/3 was the AP rankings and 1/3 the coaches' rankings. So there are people, and this is a valid argument and a valid position, I believe, that say, well, a team that loses and looks bad late in the season is showing us that they are trending down. Therefore, that loss or that poor performance is more valuable, more weighty, holds more weight. I'm going to consider it more than what happened in September. I tend to be more of a resume guy, where the resume is the resume, meaning your first game's worth the same amount as your last game. But I think it's valid to consider how much these teams are trending. In an objective system, we wouldn't have to consider any of this, but we're working within these different systems that evaluate the teams, or people evaluate the teams. So there is a valid point to so-and-so was on a roll for 8 weeks and crushed everyone. Then they started to squeak by, and now they crash landed at the end of the year. How good is this team now? Because the September team is not going to be playing in the playoff, or the BCS championship game is going to be the current team. And teams change throughout the course of a season. But if you're going to go solely with that thought that we are trying to select the 4 best teams today, then you almost have to wait the season. And if you truly don't want to be fraudulent and want to talk about the season and talk about how you're evaluating these teams, then you need to be honest and say, that game 1 is only worth like a half a game. And game 12 is like 2 games. We're giving it the weight of 2 games because that's what's happening. And just be honest about it. So there are a few examples that would not support or would refute your take there about late season games meaning too much. In 2001, Nebraska lost by 1,000,000 points, meaning 26 points, 62-26 on the last game of the season, and did not participate in the conference championship game and were selected by the BCS to play in the national championship game in the Rose Bowl. So in 2001, Nebraska loses, gives up 62 points on the last game of the season, and still makes the BCS. In 2003, Oklahoma lost by 4 touchdowns in the Big 12 championship game and still was selected to play in the BCS championship game. They lost by 4 touchdowns their last game and made the BCS title game. I know that in 2007, that would be the next best example, that Ohio State lost its second to last game of the season against Illinois. Its second to last game of the season. That's a late season loss. They made it. LSU lost its second to last, its last regular season game. LSU lost in 2007 to Arkansas in overtime and made the BCS championship game. In 2008, I believe Oklahoma's loss to to Texas Tech was pretty late in the season, but I can't verify that. 2009, 10, 11, 12. The Alabama loss to Texas A&M wasn't that late in the season. In 13. Okay, so those would be the primary examples that would refute your statement. Would be 2001, 4, and 7. But Shane, thank you so much for the comment. All right. I am guessing that there are some folks who would like us to fire up the phone lines. If we get a response that people will want to call, then let me know. Space Invaders, Pac-Man. Yes, the same folks that devised that brilliance were involved with the BCS. Oh, video idea ranking the biggest BCS blunders. Oh, man, that's a good one. That's going to be a long video. Yes, Alan, I remember in television. Absolutely, I had it and loved it. Loved it. It was such an upgrade over Atari at the time. Radio Shack. Oh my, I'm being called out by not used Xer. Stop it. All systems in college are what you call subjective. Yeah, they currently are. Absolutely, they are. They don't have to be. Mike, it's not about the complexity of the computers. The numbers have not changed. The computers had the capacity to handle the computations back then, and we're not asking it to get us to the, to to get us outside the solar system. We're just asking them to crunch like yards per carry and third down efficiencies. And so the computers in 2000 were certainly capable of doing that. They don't need to be that much more complex, if at all. Yeah, Dwayne, we're here. Game's at 7 o'clock, but we're here. You guys need to keep me updated on any college football news. So before we open up the phone lines, I need to do a few things here. Let me first and foremost check something. And my disclaimer is I'm not necessarily going to take us to kickoff. I need to get settled and get something to eat before kickoff. So it might be about, let me know, when is kickoff? Probably about 8:20. So maybe 7:30. We are going to send out the link so we can get some guests in first and foremost. And then also we'll open up the phone lines in just a second. So bear with me here. Appreciate everybody being here. Please consider to use Amazon, our Amazon link, when you go online and shop on Amazon. The link is in the description section of all our videos. So just grab that Amazon link. It doesn't cost you a penny and in no way changes your shopping experience. Let's see, maybe I'll put a picture with this just to, let's do this. I want to grab some attention on Twitter. Well, let me see. Shoot, I don't know if I can find. No. Let's do this. Let's do this. If you guys been tracking my conference players of the year, I've been releasing on Twitter. So we're releasing our Voice of College Football Conference Players of the Year, offense and defense. We've released about half of them. All right, here we go. All right, we'll see if anybody jumps on the line. In the meantime, let me see if anybody's responded and would like a call-in show from here on out. Ooh, Cheryl. Could Brian Hartline be a future head coach at Ohio State? I think so. I think that's that is with a guy that's recruiting at that level and coaching at that level, that combination, and he's got to have a certain level of respect from the players, and not just respect, but also admiration from the players. Brian Hartline, not long ago, was playing in Pro Bowls. Was catching 1,000 yards of passes in the NFL. We're talking about 6 or 7 years ago. Like, these kids can identify with that. They can identify with, a dude that if they look him up or he wants to reference it, can say, in 2015, now many of them, if let's say he becomes a head coach in 2025, that's going to be a long time ago for them, 10 years, but they can at least relate to it. A guy that was playing in the NFL in 2015, catching 46 passes in the NFL in 2015, was catching 74 and 76 passes in the NFL for over 1,000 yards 2 consecutive years. Guy's been a Pro Bowl wide receiver. Like, he turned out to be a much better wide receiver than I ever anticipated, because at Ohio State he was good, but they didn't throw the ball. Jeff believes that PJ Fleck's going to be gone. Gary, appreciate you being here with the Voice of College Football. Thank you so much for the contribution. Harbaugh is leaving Sean Payton to replace maybe. Does Sean Payton want to mess around with college football? Really? Sean Payton? I can't imagine. When is the last time Sean Payton had to deal with college football, if at all? Sean Payton. Sean Payton was at San Diego State, Indiana State, Miami of Ohio, Illinois. The last time Sean Payton was on a college campus, in 1996 at Illinois as the quarterback's coach. Ironically, Illinois was really good at defense in 1996 with the likes of Simeon Rice and Kevin Hardy. Not so good at offense. But anyway, Sean Payton, 1996 at Illinois. 25 years removed from coaching in college. I got to tell you that if I was good enough to coach just about anywhere I wanted, just like Sean Payton, I don't know that I would want to mess around with college football. The recruiting. Let me coach adult football players and have a personnel director who is capable ask me, get my input on players, both in free agency, especially because those are the guys that I'm competing against currently, and I can give you an evaluation of, while I was game planning against all these guys who stood out to me. But I would also have input into the NFL draft, although those guys are so consumed with the NFL, they're not paying attention to college football. But still, as long as I'm an NFL head coach that has the respect of my general manager and personnel director, that I have input into free agency decisions and the draft to a certain extent, I just get to coach football, run a football organization. And yes, you're going to have your knucklehead every so often that's going to get a DUI or going to be accused of rape, or you're going to have those incidents, especially if you're coaching the Cincinnati Bengals and you're Marvin Lewis, but maybe that left with him. He was a little too soft. You're coaching football. You're running a football organization. You don't have to worry about our players getting good grades or they staying out of trouble. I got to recruit them, and now I got to retain them. I got to keep them here. Plus, now I got to be scouting people in this transfer portal. Man, college football coaching has become, the recruiting was always a grind. Now you got to keep them. So why would Sean Payton want anything to do with coming to college football? I don't know. Maybe he would. But if I'm Michigan and I can get Sean Payton, absolutely. Reasonable Gump is voting for a call-in show. All right. We will get there. Yes, Cheryl, Brian Hartline. Good call. Good call. That has crossed my mind. I haven't talked about it, but man, when you get that combination of, when you've got credentials that you played and played at a high level, I think those kids have a certain amount of respect for this dude. He's coaching at Ohio State, the head coach, plus he was doing what I want to do not that long ago. We're not talking about prehistoric times. He was doing it recently. This dude, we can put him on YouTube. We can put the tape on, and 10 years ago, he was playing big time. Uncle Rico, I'm sorry. I skipped your super chat. That's the last thing I want to do. So let me try to find it. This is a painstaking process. Someday we will have so many super chats coming in, because we'll have about 10,000 people on the line, that I'll have a producer to keep track of those. Uncle Rico, is this the Jerry Lewis telethon? You know, we all loved the Jerry Lewis telethon. It was one of those staples in life. I was reminded of this with the unfortunate passing of Betty White, that did I ever choose to watch the Golden Girls? No. No. But since when you live in a one television household and your mom wants to watch the Golden Girls, well, then you're going to take it in. Like, there are so many TV shows in my childhood that I watched way too much of that I didn't want to watch. Now, I could have gone off and done something else, but why did I bring that up? Oh, Jerry Lewis telethon. That would be one of those. I probably would sit there for a couple hours and watch that thing when I was 12 years old, but did I want to watch it? No, but you just kind of get sucked into it, and this is our version, Uncle Rico. Our version. Uncle Rico, were you here at the start of the college football season with us? We had a 24-hour marathon at that point. So again, Reasonable Gump has voted for a call-in show, and we'll see if anybody else wants a call-in show. Yes, we lost Bob Saget. I noted that earlier. Thank you, Uncle Rico. Do not thank me. Thank you. Thank you so much for your contribution. Yeah, Showtime. College football is out of control compared to the NFL. People compare it to NFL free agency, but it's so much crazier. It's all the time with everybody. That's not Pete Carroll to Michigan. I just cannot see. I guess Mac Brown did it, but Mac Brown was a college coach. I guess Pete Carroll's like 70 years old. I just, man, you gotta have a, and I know he's full of energy, and it's not like those NFL coaches are kicking back on the couch every day, but man, that's some hard work. That's a lot of work to put in to be a college football coach, especially now. Is Sean Payton related to Walter Payton? All right. We got two people that say that they want to call in. I got to admit, I expected a little bit more traffic today, but it is 2:00 in the afternoon. So let's get ourselves set up here. And I still have to release my prediction today. We will do that at some point here.
Thank you for calling Collins Studios host. Enter your 6-digit PIN number. Welcome, host. You have not started a show session in Collins Studio and cannot yet receive calls on Mark Rogers' Voice of College Football. Please visit the Collins Studio website and begin your session.
We might be
Music will play until your session
here.
begins, or you may call back when you are ready.
We don't have a balance. This could be dicey. We shall see. This could be dicey. I may have to make some calls here while we're on. We shall see. Yeah. I got to make some connections here. How about that? I especially need to make some connections before tonight's call-in show so I can get this thing up and running. So my apologies, but the meter has run out. The meter has run out. Yes, knowing my PIN, I don't know what that really gets you because you don't know the phone number. So I don't know what that would be. It's just me, Tim, at 34-24. Does Georgia stand a chance? They're a 2 or 3 point favorite. Let's see here. We've got a 48-27 score from Bama Gold. I'm going to contact someone to see if we can get our phone lines back up and running. the only drawback to not having control over this. We ran a poll on both our Iowa channel and on our Twitter page concerning the Iowa quarterback position that I'm curious to see if anything happens, because Iowa's quarterback play has been below standard, or at least below what should be the standard. They were 109th in quarterback rating this year with Spencer Petras and Alex Padilla. And so you've got a football team that plays exceptional defense and special teams, and their offense is atrocious. And it's prehistoric. The offense itself, it needs updated, and also the level of quarterback play is down. And this team seems to be so conservative. The program seems to be so conservative, and Kirk Ferentz so conservative in his approach to building a football program that he is not pursuing a quarterback in the transfer portal. I don't understand. I don't get it. We're getting an education, I see, on Graham Harrell. No one remembers Graham Harrell from his days at Texas Tech? Golden Blue Dude is letting us know Graham Harrell hired as new West Virginia offensive coordinator. So, Golden Blue Dude, if you would like to tell us more about it, you can certainly jump on the stream if you'd like. I sent that out on Twitter. It's on my Twitter feed. I sent the link there. But yeah, Graham Harrell, if you want to see some crazy passing numbers, he was one of many in that long list of Texas Tech quarterbacks who posted ridiculous passing numbers. And then, of course, he headed up the USC offense recently. Yes, Robert says a fine Texas Tech quarterback under Mike Leach. Jeff has analyzed our game for us tonight. It comes down to Saban. Saban, that's all you need to know. Saban. Well, he lost one of these before. Don't know who called us there, unless that was, let's see, that call was coming from, yeah, I don't know what that would be. All right, so we've got a Bama pick. We've got another Bama pick, 24-20 from Mike. Bama red wine likes the tie 27-20. I'm seeing Bama all over the place. I guess it's about time for me to release my pick. Let's do that. Here we go. Once again, remember last year or prior to the season, this was my August 31st pick when I released my conference championship picks and my playoff picks, that I took Bama, Georgia to play in the SEC or in the national championship game, in the SEC championship game. Actually, at Georgia, I think winning. I don't remember. I believe I had Georgia winning the SEC championship game over Bama, then Bama winning the national championship game over Georgia. So we're on a 2-year run of predicting the national championship game participants before the season starts. Alabama, Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia. And so this year's prediction, here it is. This has been in my mind all day. And so I thought this is the score that stays with me. So there it is. Your final score from Indianapolis tonight, Alabama 34, Georgia 27. So take the Tide straight up, take them with the points. Certainly, Alabama defeats Georgia 34-27. I think that there are many facets to this game that we can explore and have explored multiple times ad nauseum. Check out all the videos that we've posted and all the live streams. I will say this one simple point. Make that 2 simple points. One would be that Nick Saban has given me no reason to doubt him. Not that he's incapable of losing a championship game. They got blasted by Clemson in 2018 most recently. But he has the most ironclad record, I guess, along with Urban Meyer, who had a great postseason record. Their postseason records would be close. But in terms of postseason play, Nick Saban, when he has time to prepare for an opponent, which is a little bit more time than he had under normal circumstances. Of course, this wasn't the playoff game where they had the full month or close to it. But let's see, there's 2 more days. There's 3 more days than there typically would have been because they played on a Friday. And so they've had 3 more days to prepare than usual. On top of that, so the trust in Nick Saban is exponential. And Bryce Young in a quarterback comparison with Stetson Bennett, and I have defended Stetson Bennett. I believe that he's been unfairly criticized, ridiculed, demeaned. If he did not have the walk-on tag and the 3-star next to his name, he would be treated much differently. He has performed at a fairly high level. He is a good quarterback. He is good enough to win a national championship under the right circumstances. He is not going to win you the national championship, though. He is not going to go out and grab it and win it himself. He is not going to pull a Vince Young, a Michael Vick, a Cam Newton, and win the national championship. Is Bryce Young going to do that? Does he have the ability? Yes, he has the ability. Will he do it? I do not know. Is he that type of player? Yes, he's won a Heisman Trophy. Has he done it under that kind of pressure and scrutiny? Well, the Iron Bowl, with already a loss in hand, was pretty darn important for Alabama. And Bryce Young, despite no support from a running game and a fierce Auburn pass rush, led a 97-yard drive that was tremendous. We're just looking at 2 separate levels of quarterback when it comes to both talent and ability to play in the clutch. And I believe that Stetson Bennett will need the support of a running game, and I do not believe that Georgia's running game can get enough going against Alabama's rush defense. Alabama's rush defense is going to be key in this. Georgia has a tremendous, great offensive line, one of the top 5 offensive lines in college football. They have a matchup nightmare in Brock Bowers. They have a potential matchup nightmare with George Pickens, who now that he's had some time to separate himself from the ACL, had the 3 to 4 weeks to prepare for the Michigan game, only caught one ball in that game, wasn't overutilized. Maybe he, and I believe he does need to make a splash in this game. Like if you told me George Pickens' numbers right now, if I saw 2 catches for 24 yards, that would lead me to a Bama win. If I saw George Pickens caught 5 for 128, Did Brock Bowers, who's going to get his numbers, Brock Bowers will get his numbers. But if I see 5 for 68, okay. But if I see 8 for 144, Georgia is not going to run the ball down Alabama's throats. They're not going to run away from them. They're not going to bust open big plays. But if I see Georgia at 4.3 yards per carry, as opposed to 2.8 yards per carry, big indicator. Brian Robinson, of course, had his biggest day as a collegiate player against Cincinnati. Alabama knew that they could beat up on the Cincinnati defense. They will not be able to do that to that extent against the Georgia defense, but I think that they can run just enough to keep enough heat off of Bryce Young that he will be able to make plays. And this is your result right here. Alabama 34, Georgia 27. Look at NCIS Fanatic 21's here. How is everyone doing this afternoon? Between NCIS Fanatic 21 and Navy Thomas, they have to be the longest standing Voice of College Football contributors. They have to be. All right. Now I'm going to hear from all the people that say it's a bad pick. And you know what? Maybe it is a bad pick. Get out of the John Boy says I'm wrong. I believe that's to me. Urban and Nick Saban heads up. I think it's tied, or Urban Meyer might have a 1-game lead. So they split the 2 SEC championship games, and I think they split 2 other games when Urban was at Florida. And then, of course, he won at Ohio State. I think it's 3-2 Urban Meyer over Nick Saban. Georgia wins 39-19 according to NDY. Kind of an odd score, but certainly possible. Urban and Saban Midwestern schools. Urban went to Cincinnati and Nick Saban went to West Virginia. Roger Dodger. Don Maynard. Yes, my prediction's out. Just took it off the screen. Get out of the John Boy. Yes, watch my Michigan video over Georgia. I stated clearly that Georgia was a better team. Georgia would win that game about 75% I think I stated 65 to 70% of the time. But I believe that it was Michigan's night and they would make it happen. Yes. So let's understand something about predictions. Everybody gets some right. Everybody gets some wrong. It's almost like a Major League Baseball season. I heard somebody once say, I think it was Tommy Lasorda, who said, every team wins 60, every team loses 60. It's what you do with the other 40-some games of the season, 42 games of the season. because everybody wins 60, everybody loses 60. So what do you do with the other 42? So in this deal, if anyone looks at my predictions, yes, I miss predictions just like everybody else does. But how many do I miss? I'm not an odds maker or handicapper. That's for sure. Ooh, get out of the John Boy, Georgia 44, Bama 42. Nice. Sounds like an exciting game. That would be awesome. Cheryl's booing me. I don't think she likes my prediction, I guess. Guess where that came from. Red Wine thinks that Michigan needs to transfer quarterback. Reasonable Gumps here. Mike, Memphis Showboats, and Reggie White. Oh, yeah. Jeff. NDY, who's picking? Georgia to win by 20. Alabama tipped their hand in round one, but Georgia reserves element of surprise. JT Daniels will play. Tripp likes the Dogs 34-31. D. Huck, Bama 31-27. M. Turner would love to get back Ray Goff. Or maybe Jim Donnan. Ray Goff would be probably a notch above, though. Showtime says if Michigan can beat Ohio State, then anything can happen. Go Dogs 31-28. Believe me, I don't care if Bama wins. I'm not rooting for them. Whatever happens. I would be happy for Georgia fans if they could break through and win a national championship. That would be phenomenal. And then we'd have so many less people that could jump in here and say 1980. So once again, I apologize for the phone lines. We have those supplied in terms of the balance on that on a regular basis, and it's usually full and ready to go, and it was not in this particular case. So I have asked for that to be addressed. Hopefully that can happen. Yeah. Throw my cell number out there. Oh, we don't want a questionable final call. Or maybe we do. It helps traffic here at the Voice of College Football. Questionable final calls. Oh man, I'll be here all night taking calls, especially if Georgia would, if Alabama would lose on a questionable call. Sure, that would upset Alabama fans, absolutely. But if Georgia loses on a controversial play, that would be tough to take, because how many national championships does Alabama have since Georgia's? I guess they've got 9. Wait a minute. Saban's got, what does he have? 7 with Bama? 09, 11, 12, 15, 17, 20. He's got 6 with Bama. Is that right? Then they've got 1 with Stallings. So they've got 7 since Georgia won 1. You guys could help me work on my 1 through 130 rankings. That's what I could be working on right now, my 1 through 130 rankings. Cheryl needs a nap. I probably could use a nap myself. Yes, I used to have a burner phone. The real MVP. Used to have one of those. That's when I did the call-in show with a burner phone. But now we've got a call-in system. But I do not have the access to increase the balance that we need. Uh-oh, Eric. Don't go beyond your means here. $5 on the dogs. If you lose, you're on the streets. Christopher, if that happened and it came down to a coin flip to who would win the national championship, they should delay the coin flip for about 15 minutes to give everyone in America time to bet on the winner of the coin flip, because I'm betting for Alabama. I would put my wager on Alabama winning the coin flip because it would just turn out that way. Oh, come on. M. Turner, are you rooting for Georgia? And if you win tonight, you're going to be mad that you didn't go undefeated? Oh, my goodness. Who cares? Who cares? Nick Saban is 7-2 in title games. He lost in 2018. He lost in 2016. Okay. Wicked Roller says that Bama loses the coin flip 90% of the time. It seems that way. It always seems that way. That's not the way it is. That is not the way it is. We had a lot of college football news over the weekend. Did you see all the players that committed from the All-American Bowl? And for the first time in the 21-year history of the All-American Bowl, we had a player who committed to Vandy. A linebacker, Mr. Daniel Martin, committed to Vandy. Trevor Etienne, Travis's younger bro, committed to Florida. Billy Napier. So if Billy Napier can get half of what Travis Etienne produced in college out of Trevor, if he can get 1/3 of it, he should be ecstatic. Cyrus Moss, defensive end out of Bishop Gorman in Nevada, is going to Miami. So he had been recruited by Mario Cristobal to go to Oregon. And he obviously made the relationship and the attachment there. So he's headed to Miami. Big pickup for the Canes with Cyrus Moss. We talked about Kevin Coleman, the wide receiver out of St. Louis, one of the top 2 in the nation, going to Jackson State to play with Deion, or play under Deion. I guess Deion's no longer playing, as I understand it. Ohio State picked up a defensive lineman named Hero. It's a good name, Hero Manu. And Texas is safety out of, I believe he's out of Missouri. Those were the big additions over the weekend from the All-American Bowl. Yes, those are the latest. Ole Miss picked up a cornerback out of New Jersey. And Georgia, the number 2 rated interior offensive lineman, Ernest Green, out of St. John Bosco in California. Georgia gets another California kid. So he's playing it. Can you imagine this happening 15 years ago? The second rated interior offensive lineman in the country, the number 2 rated guard/center in the country, plays at St. John Bosco in California. That kid's going to USC. Nope. Not these days. Going to Georgia. 3rd rated player in California, going to Georgia. top 40 player in the country. CJ Williams, the wide receiver out of Santa Ana, California. He's committed to USC, so that's a big pickup for USC. I need to do a video on that. We will have our conversation with Matt Zemek from Trojans Wire tomorrow. And let me check on something here. All right, folks, hang with me. Help is on the way. Matt Zemek is going to jump on from Trojans Wire. We've got some breaking news. So it'll be interesting to get our guy Matt Zemek's take. In the meantime, yes, we remember Bobby Ross, Georgia Tech, Maryland, Detroit Lions. And as I mentioned earlier, when I was asked about the USFL, he coached in the USFL. I don't exactly remember where. I think it was a Southern team. Was it Memphis? Eric, USC has not been relevant or has been irrelevant for 20 years. 20 years? 20 years? Chargers, yes, Bobby Ross, of course, took them to the Super Bowl against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Or he beat the Pittsburgh Steelers in the AFC Championship game on the Gary Plummer interception down at the goal line on Neil O'Donnell. Then they got trampled by San Francisco. Man, I would love to clone myself and do an NFL channel. Yeah, did you see Justin Herbert last night? Oh my goodness. That is one of the best fourth quarters that I've seen in a long, long time. That was tremendous. Tremendous. Who's her mama? Are we talking about Caleb Williams to USC? I believe that's going to happen. That's not been announced. We're talking about CJ Williams. He's a high school wide receiver, top 10 player at his position, has just committed to USC. We got some unfortunate news coming in from D-Rock Irish about Don Maynard. Yes, one of the great receivers in the history of the AFL has passed away today. I got to think he's about 80. No, I got to think he's about 85, 86, in that range. Of course, between Don Maynard and George Sauer, they were a remarkable wide receiver tandem for the New York Jets in the mid to late 60s. So that's too bad. That is too bad. Yeah. I cannot imagine Caleb Williams going to Georgia. Caleb Williams, his number one criteria is he wants to go to a place that is proven to develop, based on what he's stating. NIL could change this, but based on what he's saying, is that he is stating that he wants to go somewhere where he is going to be developed as an NFL first rounder. Well, there's a depth of history for you right there. UTEP Miners history with Don Maynard. I would not have guessed that. I try to stay up on everybody's college designations as NFL players, but Don Maynard and UTEP. Whoo. Madi's here. Good to see you, Madi. Madi, go blue. Like the video, subscribe, and click the bell icon. Go blue. Good to see you here. All right, we've got a article in just on ESPN.com from Heather Dinich. College football playoff leaders fail to agree about expanding 14 playoff field. So I was asked earlier about the college football powers that be, the playoff leaders getting together to talk about an expanded playoff. And here's what she's reporting out of Indianapolis. The leaders of the college football playoff again failed to come to an agreement about expanding the current 14 field, but they did not entirely rule out the possibility it could still happen before the end of the current 12-year contract, which runs through 2025. And we will certainly talk about that as we move through the rest of the day. We got Matt Zemek on the line from Trojans Wire. Matt, how you doing today?
Well, just another slow news day.
Yeah, I'm just getting on top of this college football playoff news that came out courtesy Heather Dinich about the playoff committee and the powers that be not being able to pull together on a playoff format going forward. What's been on your radar, sir?
So Jackson Dart entering the transfer portal.
Yes. So this is telling us that Caleb Williams is headed your way,
You know,
meaning USC.
Exactly.
So the issue I have here, Matt, is that I got to think at some point these players are going to realize, and these quarterbacks in particular, that there's going to be competition everywhere to a certain extent.
No question about it. And you can't escape that. And the natural question which emerges here, Mark, is why wouldn't Jackson Dart stick around for the spring? Like he doesn't have to play for USC in 2022 if Caleb Williams beats him out. Assuming we're going to get that scenario, which seems all but certain that Caleb Williams is going to USC. Why wouldn't Jackson Dart just stick around for the spring, battle Caleb Williams, and more than battling Caleb Williams, just get coached by Lincoln Riley for a few weeks, right? Wouldn't you want to benefit from receiving Lincoln Riley's coaching at the quarterback position? Because you were recruited by Clay Helton. Now you're being coached. You have the chance to be coached by Lincoln Riley in the spring. Like, we're not even talking about the fall, just the spring. Receive the benefit of that coaching, that insight, that experience, and then you can transfer, right? You're not likely to beat out Caleb Williams, but like you don't have to rush it. You can get coached by Lincoln Riley, and then you can consider your options, still have time to land at a school. And because Lincoln Riley coached you for a few weeks, you have a better grasp of the position. You have more tools. You have more of a knowledge base to play quarterback and be a great starter. So, like, I'm not disputing the idea that Jackson Dart has better opportunities at other schools where he would face less competition. He can come in and be QB1 right away. There's certainly plenty of schools where he can get the QB1 job, not have significant opposition, but like that will be there waiting for him after spring ball. That's not going to change. Maybe a couple schools, maybe he thinks that there's a specific school like that would have to be his thought process. I would assume that he wants to go to a specific school now before the landscape changes there, and secure that position. But if he doesn't have his mind made up on a specific school, this becomes a really curious choice because you could get coached by Lincoln Riley and still have a wide menu of options where you can be QB1. There are certainly options in the Pac-12, and of course Jackson Dart, as you mentioned on a previous show, he's a Utah high school product, so he's from the West. There are Pac-12, lots of Pac-12 schools that can use a quarterback upgrade. I mean, heck, I'm not saying this is likely, Mark, but if we're going to compare quality and ceilings, like Jackson Dart's better than Bo Nix at Oregon. If we're going to compare, and if you're the best option at Oregon, you're certainly the best option at Arizona, at Colorado, other schools throughout the Pac-12. USC being an obvious exception. UCLA lost Dylan Gabriel, so that job's there for the taking if you just wanted to move cross town. Almost every Pac-12 place, not Arizona State. You have Jaden Daniels locking down the job there, but the vast majority of Pac-12 schools could use a quarterback. So Dart has one school he's really fixated on. It's a puzzler that he would not want to be coached by Lincoln Riley in the spring.
Jaden DeLora just entered the transfer portal from Washington State just a couple of days ago as well, coming off a season which he was the offensive freshman of the year in the Pac-12. Yeah, if you look across, I was trying to determine my offensive and defensive players of the year in each conference, and looking at the Pac-12 and looking at the quarterback position. I have never seen the Pac-12 this slim when it comes to quarterback play in its history.
Totally agree. And we discussed it on last week's show, how Utah went up against CJ Stroud, and even if you adjust, even if you grade on a curve, right? Because Utah was short on bodies in the secondary, still was really underprepared and under-resourced for the kind of pass. Utah was able to easily shut down Anthony Brown and Oregon twice. I mean, easily. Like those games weren't even close. And then Ohio State comes up against the Utes, and it's a no contest, like just a total mismatch. And again, that game, that Rose Bowl, showed just how bad quarterback play was, how low the floor is for quarterback play in the conference. It's precisely why USC can come in instantly. And now with Caleb Williams, I easily have the best quarterback in the conference and immediately begin to set the bar higher than everybody else. That's why I'm bullish on USC as Pac-12 favorite in 2022. Not necessarily a playoff team, but certainly the Pac-12 favorite, just because the bar has been set so low for quarterback play in the conference. So yeah, I mean Jackson Dart, he has plenty of options, and Washington State is a pretty legitimate option if he wants to go there. But like those options are going to be there. Like Jackson Dart would win a QB battle at I think any program, Pac-12 program other than USC, Utah with Cam Rising. Like Cam Rising is an established quality starter, and Jaden Daniels at Arizona State. The other 9 schools in the conference, Jackson Dart is instantly the QB1 if he was to go there. So like he has plenty of options, but apparently he wants to make a move now. I mean, I'm not going to guarantee that. And it was reported by Ryan Karchi of the Los Angeles Times that he hasn't fully ruled that out, but it would certainly point to Jackson Dart wanting a clean, fresh start now rather than sticking around for the spring at USC.
I believe that January 15th is the date for players to declare for the NFL draft. We will find out soon about Dorian Thompson-Robinson for sure at UCLA. So DTR may be gone. We don't know. So Jackson Dart may have an opening there, as you mentioned, there at UCLA. It'd be an interesting quarterback competition between he and Bo Nix at Oregon.
Let's briefly address that UCLA. Yeah, let's briefly address that UCLA quarterback situation because there's something worth noting. UCLA offensive line coach Justin Fry, this is also part of the Monday news cycle. He's reportedly going to join Ryan Day's staff at Ohio State. Now, Justin Fry, he's probably the best assistant Chip Kelly has. That's point number 1. Point number 2 is if you are a quarterback considering transferring to UCLA and you see the offensive line coach leave, that certainly is a deterrent to any transfers who want to play at UCLA. And here's the third point, Mark. Chip Kelly's buyout goes to 0 on. So you put all that together, Chip Kelly, there is fresh reason to think that Chip Kelly is in real trouble at UCLA and that he won't be retained with his elite assistant, his offensive line coach, heading to Ohio State. That really undercuts him at the worst possible time. So we need to keep an eye on that this next week out here in the West.
News out of USC in the Pac-12. Jackson Dart has entered the transfer portal. Just another day, another transfer portal addition. We know that, so we're making the connections as we did off the top. Caleb Williams, Oklahoma, of course, the guy that originally recruited and signed him was Lincoln Riley. So if that comes through, then there's also Mario Williams, the Oklahoma wide receiver that we believe would follow Caleb to USC, correct?
Absolutely. That is the expectation.
So in terms of this championship game tonight, Alabama, Georgia, anything in particular that you're looking out for? Any unique take on this one as we continue to get predictions in from our live chat here?
Well, you know, we've had SEC rematches in the national title game before, and the last time that Alabama was in an SEC rematch, it was
Hopefully we've got Matt still with us. He's frozen up. I don't believe it's that cold where he is. The rest of us, man, I got to tell you, even sitting by this window here in Connecticut, I'm freezing up at times. But Matt, unfortunately, can join us. He'll probably realize here in the next few seconds what's happened. So again, Jackson Dart, backup quarterback at USC, backing up Keaton Slovis before Slovis had some injury issues, and Dart took over about mid-season last season, pretty much telling us that Caleb Williams is on his way to USC. So again, Jackson Dart, who had won the starting quarterback job at USC, presumably, has entered the transfer portal. There's a number of stops in the Pac-12 where he could be destined. Or how about West Virginia? They need a quarterback with Seth Daggy. Jarrett Daggy. I get those two mixed up. But anyway, Jarrett Daggy, West Virginia, entering the transfer portal as well. So, man, just think about how many teams have different quarterbacks, as is always the case in college football because of the move to the NFL. But now with the transfer portal, it is all over the place. Matt, I think we got you.
Yeah, got knocked offline. So it was just when my internet briefly went out, I was just saying that if you subscribe to the idea that rematches are different from the originals, you would go with Georgia, because Alabama in that 2012 national title game against LSU played a completely different game relative to the regular season loss to LSU in the 2011 season. But then you put that theory, rematches are different, you put that up against Nick Saban's history of beating Kirby Smart, outfoxing him to varying degrees. Obviously, it was very close in the 2017 national championship game. Not very close the last time these two teams have played. Actually, the last two times have both been 41-24 Alabama, the same score. So you have those two theories. Rematches are different versus Nick Saban always finding a way against Kirby Smart. I lean to the latter point of view, that Alabama has earned the benefit of the doubt in this matchup. Kirby Smart, and we could also say Stetson Bennett, have the burden of proof. They have to prove it. It's up to them to turn the nature of the discussion. Nick Saban has the benefit of the doubt, and we should also say that Alabama, in the month off between the SEC championship game and the playoff semis, that they were able to rest, they were able to get healthy. Offensive line and the run blocking in particular for Alabama. This has not been one of Alabama's better offensive lines, but that line looked pretty robust, pretty solid in the semis against Cincinnati. So I think Alabama should be trusted to at least battle to a draw at the line of scrimmage. And I think that's what this game comes down to. It's kind of like the Michigan-Ohio State game. Would Michigan be able to win physically so that Ohio State's speed couldn't have an especially big effect on that game? Because Ohio State's speed is what ran Michigan ragged for so many years. So can Georgia punch Alabama in the teeth so that Alabama's speed on the outside with the passing game that Bryce Young brings to the table can't really have an effect? Georgia has to punch Alabama in the mouth first and create the rock fight that it wants. If Alabama breaks loose for 30, 35, 40 points, there's no way Stetson Bennett's going to keep up in a shootout. We know that. So, but with Alabama's line play looking so good against Cincinnati, I got to trust Alabama. And if Georgia wins, hey, tip the cap to Kirby, Stetson Bennett, the whole team. They will have certainly earned that first title since 1980. But in terms of which team you pick, which team you would ride with if you're betting money, you got to trust Nick Saban here. Like, he's earned that and he's proven it. And so, like, if Alabama loses, I'm not going to say it's a bad pick. It's just a bad result, at least from a betting standpoint.
Got about 130 on the line. Appreciate everybody being here at the Voice of College Football. We're joined by Matt Zemek, who joins us each and every week to break down USC, the Pac-12, and the nation. You can catch Matt's work at Trojans Wire. And Matt, I don't know how much time you have. Just let me know when you
I'm
need
good.
it. But if folks, if you have any comments or questions that you'd like to pass on to Matt, just leave them there in the live chat. So I was starting to dig into Heather Dinich's article coming from the college football playoff meeting that transpired today. We know that there was a 12-team proposal made last summer that was made public. We know that one of the sticking points was the entry of automatic bids for conference champions. I know the Pac-12 seemed to have an issue, and correct me if I'm wrong, with the thought they wanted a security blanket put around the Power 5 champions. And then the addition was going to be the highest ranked other conference champion from the group of 5. The other version of that maybe didn't suit them was the top 6 ranked champions would make their way into the college football playoff. Now, if you look at that through the course of history, it really shouldn't matter. But with the decline of the Pac-12, it could be called into question with the likes of, the Louisianas and the Coastal Carolinas from the Sun Belt moving up the rankings and elsewhere. When I first looked at that, I thought, what's the difference? It's the same thing. We could go through history. And then I thought, yeah, I could see that level of protection wanting to be in place by the Pac-12.
Yeah, so if you go back to June, when there was a lot of negotiations in the room regarding a college football playoff proposal, George Kliavkoff officially took over from Larry Scott on July 1st, but Kliavkoff and Scott were both in the room at those June negotiations. And of course, Larry Scott should have had no place in that room because this playoff plan is not part of his tenure. It's not part of his future. It should have been Kliavkoff alone. But Larry Scott was bad at his job. It's nice to talk about him in the past tense. But nevertheless, Larry Scott was the one who really wanted that Power 5 protection, making sure the Pac-12 had that automatic bid to the playoff. Kliavkoff, has not insisted on that. He's focused on building up the Pac-12's football brand so that, as you alluded to, like it should never be a conversation between the Pac-12 and the AAC or the Mountain West or the Sun Belt for getting into the playoff. Like if you're worried about that projecting weakness, you're projecting insecurity. If your football brand's good and it can stand on its own, you shouldn't be worried about having that automatic bid consideration. Now, we're at a point where the 12-team playoff does not seem like the shoe-in that it seemed to be several weeks ago. And I think that's great because in the midst of this cluttered, tangled, disputatious situation where you have a 12-team faction, an 8-team faction, and a 4-team faction, boy, I hope we can get that into this thing. And let's briefly note, I know we're talking about, I'm bringing a basketball parallel into football. And I know that that's apples to oranges, but it's still worth noting. Loyola, Chicago, and San Francisco flex scheduled a game in a Salt Lake City gymnasium, a community college gymnasium last week. They did it on the fly. And again, BYU and Coastal Carolina, they flex scheduled a game with 72 hours. They totally blew up the idea that logistics are this impossible wall that you can't break through. ESPN would have a financial windfall, not from a 12-team playoff. I mean, it would, but you don't have to think about college football's postseason that way. You can do this with flex scheduling in the regular season. You have ESPN with two flex schedule Saturdays in November. You announce them several weeks in advance. You get an early November Saturday with Michigan against Oklahoma, and LSU against Oregon, and all these other great. You would have all these national title eliminators, and then you go to a 1985 bowl system with a +1. I mean, in the midst of this political gridlock over the 12-team playoff, is this the opening we could get for returning college football to its roots, but with a few modern reforms that gives us the sweet spot, giving us a clear-cut national champion, but with that 1980s romance that us older folks would really love. And of course, that would do wonders for all the bowls, certainly all the upper tier, the New Year's Six bowls. You wouldn't eliminate player opt-outs, but you would certainly reduce them. You put in some other financial incentives, and you breathe fresh life, not just into the bowl system, but into college football's traditions, which have been eroded over the past 23 years of the BCS playoff era. Maybe this political gridlock is exactly
So, Matt, I'm going to
what we
stop you.
need to go back to 1985. I'm not expecting it, but it's certainly to enter the room.
Okay, I just want to make sure that everyone in the chat's hearing this, because sometimes they tend to go off on their conversations, because I want to get some input on this and everybody to hear Matt's plan here. So first and foremost, we're talking about flex scheduling, meaning there's a designated week or 2 weeks in, let's say, early November, so it doesn't mess with the conference championships and the traditional rivalry games late in November. But at a point in the season where we know who's contending nationally. And then there's flex scheduling that would determine just enormous matchups, some of the ones that you just by chance threw out their possibilities. Oregon, LSU, Michigan, Oklahoma, etc. What could be possible? And that's going to narrow the field. And then we get to a place where, and I'm going to have you re-explain this, we go back to a traditional bowl system, and then what?
And then you have a +1 at the very end after all the bowl games are played. And so, instead of having all these weekly ranking shows leading up to a playoff announcement, you don't have those ranking shows, but then you have after all the bowl games are played. And by when I say all the bowl games are played, we would have a classic January 1st, classic New Year's Day. And people, younger folks don't know what this looks like. So let's just briefly spell it out. Fiesta Bowl in the morning, Fiesta Bowl and Cotton Bowl in the morning, early afternoon, Rose Bowl in that mid-afternoon slot, so that you get the sunset in Pasadena. Then you have the Sugar and Orange Bowls at night. That was a traditional January 1st bowl layout on January 1. Now you have the Peach Bowl as a New Year's Six bowl, so maybe you put the Peach on New Year's Eve or December 30, but Fiesta and Cotton early afternoon, Rose mid-afternoon, Orange and Sugar at night. And what that also means is then involved in the TV side. So like you would have ESPN having the Sugar maybe, and you'd have Fox doing the Orange. So you have the separate networks, because in the old days, it was the Sugar Bowl on ABC with Keith Jackson. It was the Orange Bowl on NBC with Don Criqui and Bob Trumpy. So you would get that classic New Year's Day feeling where you have all the major bowl games on New Year's Day. It was a carnival feel on that holiday. And then after that, on the day after, so January 2nd, or in the years when January 1st is on a Sunday, you would have all the major bowls on Monday, January 2. So the day after all the major bowl games, you have the big reveal who are going to be the two teams playing for the national title. So in winding down, it would be a way for college football to remain especially relevant into early January. And then you have one game on the Saturday of week 18 of the NFL season. We had these two NFL Saturday games. You could have like an NFL game at 1 Eastern, and then at 4:30 Eastern, and then you have the college football +1 national title game at night. It's the Saturday night before week 18 NFL Sunday. That would be the perfect time to play a national title game. This Monday business is so stupid, right? It's not fan friendly. Kids aren't able to stay up and watch the game. The championship game should be on a Saturday night in January. And you get that +1, which, it wouldn't solve every single problem, but it would certainly solve most problems, right? Because you You would have solved the Colorado Georgia Tech 1990 debate. You would have solved the Miami versus Washington 1991 debate. In 1983, it would have been Auburn against Miami that particular season after that wild scramble on New Year's Day. Auburn fans certainly felt that they deserved to be able to battle it out. And of course, 21 years later, you had Auburn not being able to play USC for the national championship game after the Bulls had been completed. So that is the layout. You go back to a classic January 1st, and then you have one national title game a week later on a Saturday night when it's fan friendly. Please, someone tell me how that's not a massive upgrade for the sport.
So I love it, and I'm going to dive into this and go year by year throughout history and see how this would have played out. If people respond to it, I'm not going to knock it out if nobody's interested, but I think this is fascinating. So this current season, Matt, the Rose Bowl's easy. Michigan, Utah playing the Rose Bowl as the Pac-12 and Big Ten champions. Okay. We've got Alabama in the Sugar Bowl. We've got Pitt as the ACC champion in the Orange Bowl, and we've got Baylor as the Big 12 champion in the Cotton Bowl. Then we have to fill out the rest of these slots. So Georgia is obviously the best non-champion team, highest ranked in the country. So I hate to do it, but I guess they would go play the number one team in the country, Alabama. I don't know. Well, you know, we're not solving the entire issue, everyone, right here, but we're just.
Well, I don't think. Well, if we're, yeah,
we've got some slots to fill.
Yeah.
So we've got the Ohio States and Georgias of the world.
Yeah, if you think about it through a 1985 style lens, with Alabama going to the Sugar as SEC champion, Georgia would go to the Cotton to play Baylor. Because like if you use the historical comparison, Georgia played Texas in the 1984 Cotton Bowl, with SEC champion Auburn playing Michigan in the Sugar.
Yes.
So Baylor, I think, would be like, well, Baylor was as the conference champion, probably, certainly higher ranked than Pitt. And the Rose Bowl would have the Pac-10 or Pac-12 Big Ten lock-in, so that's not an option. So I think Baylor would become the option. Now you could also have a deal where you play Alabama and Ohio State in the Fiesta Bowl. That would, like, as independent at-large selections. That's another option. But I think Baylor, as being a conference champion, I think Bama to the Cotton against Baylor would make a little bit more sense. And then you probably put Ohio State and Notre Dame in the Fiesta. I think that the better fit if you're operating under a 1985 style paradigm.
Well, Alabama won the SEC. They would go to the Sugar Bowl.
If I said Alabama to the Cotton, I meant Georgia. Georgia. Playing Baylor in the Cotton.
So basically, there are
with Georgia.
There are definitely four major bowl
Georgia
games.
Playing Texas in the 1984 Cotton Bowl being the historical parallel. Yeah.
So Rose, Sugar, Orange, Cotton are included for sure. So do we limit it there? Because then we only have 3 open spots. I'm sorry, we only have 2 open spots. We need an opponent for Alabama. We need an opponent for Pitt. Or do we open up the Fiesta and the Peach to be more at-large entries?
I think you certainly keep the Fiesta and Peach precisely so that you have Cincinnati. So Cincinnati would be in that mix, right? So Cincinnati, if it wouldn't play Alabama in the Sugar Bowl, you could have Cincinnati. It could be that under a 1985 style system, you might send Cincinnati to the Fiesta to play Ohio State. Like, you wouldn't have Cincinnati and Notre Dame in a rematch table, but you might have Cincinnati against a 2-loss Ohio State team. And if Cincinnati can get through that game, Cincinnati would still be alive under consideration for a +1 game against Alabama, because you probably wouldn't want, in a 1985 style paradigm, you probably don't give Cincinnati first crack at a team such as Alabama. You'd probably want more of a blue blood matchup there. So the Fiesta Bowl could put teams in a situation akin to Cincinnati against, a power school that didn't quite max out. Ohio State would certainly fit that bill. And as a historical parallel or reminder, that the Fiesta Bowl is a place where Syracuse played multiple times against Penn State, against Colorado. It's a place where Louisville played a game against Alabama. So I think that Cincinnati going to the Fiesta Bowl probably fits most closely with the 1985 paradigm. And yeah, you would want to keep the Fiesta and Peach precisely to include teams that are kind of on the margins. Let's also recall BYU in years when BYU goes 12-1 or 11-1, BYU to the Fiesta Bowl would make natural sense, as a regional game for that school. But also, just more broadly, Mark, just teams that fall in kind of an in-between situation for one reason or another, either an unbeaten group of 5 team, BYU kind of being its own situation, UCF, Louisville, Syracuse, what used to be the Big East. The Fiesta Bowl was often the landing spot for those teams, West Virginia being another representative example.
So what I've got here is a Michigan-Utah Rose Bowl, an Alabama-Notre Dame Sugar Bowl, a Pitt. I forgot to grab another team. I'll get back to them. I've got a Baylor-Georgia Cotton Bowl. I've got a Ohio State-Oklahoma State Fiesta Bowl. I've got a Cincinnati-Ole Miss Peach Bowl, and whoever else was highly ranked out of this mix, I guess, would play Pitt in the Orange Bowl. Anyway, the point being,
Absolutely.
everyone,
that's pretty fresh. Those are some interesting matchups.
So after all this was played, then we would determine who out of those winners should be selected. Okay.
And one thing, let's make one extra note about a Georgia Baylor Cotton Bowl. That game is played in Baylor's backyard, or if not Baylor's backyard, certainly it's in Baylor's home state. So you are rewarding Baylor for winning a conference title, and you are punishing Georgia for not winning the SEC by making Georgia go to Texas to play Baylor. And so reviving the tradition of you play in your home bowl game, SEC champion to the Sugar. Alabama gets the favorable placement in New Orleans as a reward for winning the SEC. You have that component as part of a return to a 1985 style bowl system.
All right, man. That sounds good. And again, I would love to see it play out. I would love to see the year-to-year application of it to see what type of matchups we could have seen in years past and what type of clarity it would have brought in most situations. And yeah, certainly some continued controversy in others, but at least you have an additional game for each team to prove that they're worthy of playing for a national championship.
That, and you also get the larger reality of you have more teams going into New Year's Day with the hope that, hey, maybe we can win the national title. And just having that hope, that's bringing more fans into the sport. It's keeping more interest alive for a longer period of time. I mean, like, if you're interested in growing the sport and building fan enthusiasm and extending it across the nation into more markets, let's realize tonight we have a game that's dominated by the Deep South. People outside the South aren't going to watch it in big numbers. Returning to a 1985 style system is exactly how you keep more people across the country in more regions interested. I go back to the 1983 season and the 1984 bowl games as an example. You had Nebraska versus Miami in the Orange Bowl. You had Auburn and Michigan in the Sugar. You had Texas against Georgia in the Cotton, and you had number 4 Illinois against UCLA in the Rose Bowl. If Illinois had won that Rose Bowl against UCLA, and Illinois was favored, got blown out, but Illinois was favored in that game, Illinois would have had a claim to a split national title, especially if Michigan had beaten Auburn. That was a game that went down to the wire. Auburn wins it on an Al Del Greco field goal, points 9-7. If Auburn had lost and Illinois had beaten UCLA, Illinois would have had a claim to the national title in 1983. So you think about it, you have 6 different teams at the end of that 1983 season that all went into the New Year's Day, or that year it was January 2, thinking they could win the national title. So wait, if you have 6 or 7 schools thinking they have a chance going into January 1, that's better than 4, right? If I do my math correctly. So again, someone please tell me, how is that bad for the sport? How is that not an upgrade?
Yeah,
I don't think you can make the argument.
I think it's fascinating. That was one of my more favorite Rose Bowl teams just from this oddity. That Terry Donahue UCLA team was 6-4-1. So they basically lost all their non-conference games or something like that. And they were like 6-1-1 in the conference, and they were unranked as a Rose Bowl participant, which was unheard of at the time. And they beat a top 10 Illinois team, just annihilated them like 45-9. Absolutely.
Yep. Rick Neuheisel, baby.
Yes. Rick Neuheisel at QB. UCLA was a factor in the Rose Bowl during the decade of the 80s. Absolutely, they were. The one thing I will say about this college football playoff proposal that I like the awarding of the conference championships and trying to put them in a place where they have earned a right for, an advantage. But I am not for buys. I do not want buys in a playoff. Myself, I just have a huge issue with buys because of in the NFL they work because these teams can be evaluated against each other based on common schedules. For the Pittsburgh Steelers to be 11-5 and the Kansas City Chiefs to be 14-2, and the Chiefs to earn that bye. I know they play 17 games now, but then that was earned based on a very similar schedule, and nobody has an issue with, okay, you earned that bye, versus just kind of flimsily awarding buys based on no common opponents or anything. The advantage of a bye, I think, is enormous in college football in a 12-team playoff.
I would completely agree with that. And that's obviously an argument for an 8-team playoff. You can't really have buys under an 8-team plan. You would under a 12-team or a 6-team plan. So I certainly agree with that. And I think that the common ground solution here is, as I explained earlier, like if Georgia lost the SEC title game to Alabama, so you make Georgia go to Texas to play conference champion Baylor in a bowl game. That, like, conference champions should get the leverage in bowl games in terms of geographical assignment, preferred placement, but a bye is much too much leverage given the imbalance that you pointed to. I would definitely agree with that.
So we have a comment in from Dennis. So Matt, you can explain as well as I can why your system would be different than the situation with BYU in 1984 being tied to the Holiday Bowl.
Okay, great point, Dennis. That is an excellent point. And my answer to you, BYU being forced to play in the Holiday Bowl against so the very simple situation is that you didn't have the Peach Bowl as a classic January 1 bowl game. And this is why, as I told Mark a little while ago, you keep the Peach as well as the Fiesta in your January 1st rotation. Now, again, with 6 in the old days, 1985, you had the 5 classic bowl games on New Year's Day: Fiesta, Cotton, Rose, Sugar, Orange. So the Peach might be played on New Year's Eve, All right. But it's still part of the rotation. And so that would be precisely the landing spot for a BYU type team. BYU might also go to the Fiesta Bowl. The Fiesta Bowl did not have a conference lock-in back in 1985. You had the Cotton Bowl with the Southwest Conference. You had the Big 8 in the Orange Bowl. Now it's the ACC. Today, the Big 12 would be the Cotton Bowl lock-in. You have the SEC to the Sugar, Pac-12 and Big 10 to the Rose. So the Fiesta and the Peach at-large landing spots for someone in BYU's position. So, and I think, Dennis, your underlying point is, if you go back to the 85 system, well, you had some problems with it. Yes, you did. And so today, there would be some modernized reforms. The +1 after all the bowls is one big reform. The other big reform would be that you now have the Peach Bowl as an extra showcase game for teams that are on the margins of the national championship chase, and still have that hope that after the bowls they might be part of, might be one of the last two teams standing in that +1 game. So it's 1985, but with reforms. Like, let's not lose sight of that. It's not exactly the 1985 system. It's all the things we love about the 1985 system, plus a few little tweaks around the edges. The Peach Bowl, including BYU, putting the Cougars against another top 10 team, not 6-5 Michigan. That's an obvious reform in the system. So it's a good point, and there's a clear solution for it.
So Lewis has an issue possibly with who's going to select these two teams.
It's an excellent point, and I think what we need to spell out here, right, is this of process. In 2014, we were all looking at this playoff process, the college football playoff in year one. We were all looking at, okay, how transparent, how clear, how simplified will this process be? Will it be honest? Will it be linear? Will it be straightforward? Will it be easy to understand? And it was a total clown car, right? With TCU being number 3 in the penultimate rankings, beating Iowa State by 52 points, and then falling to 6th. Like, it made absolutely no sense. There was no clear process. You had that one true champion Big 12 political nightmare. And then you had Ohio State, being surprisingly great against Wisconsin and being the very convenient number 4 seed for the playoff in that first year under ESPN. So the process was not linear. It was not transparent. There was no ordered criteria for playoff inclusion or exclusion. So that first year ruined the credibility of the playoff process. And it certainly soured me on the notion of a committee, which I had previously supported. But the whole reason I supported a committee for the college football playoff was attached to the belief that the ordered, clear criteria. There weren't. So that's what really matters, right? That you have to meet certain benchmarks, and we just need to make them very clear. Okay, you have to beat a team in the top 10. You can't schedule 2 FCS teams, so that the SEC teams can only schedule 1 FCS cupcake. You can only schedule like 1 team from Conference USA, let's just place some clear, easy to understand rules to this process. We never got that kind of clarity and specificity from the college football playoff. So it's really less about a committee. It's more about just having clear rules. Now, who gets to establish those rules? Like, that's a legitimate point of contention. But, Greg Sankey is the most powerful guy in the room, right? We would all agree. As the SEC commissioner, he holds the cards. It's not going to be a system that's going to, he approves of it, right? So if Greg Sankey is the one calling the shots, that's okay as long as it's clear. None of this shifting of the goalposts, which is always what we've had under the college football playoff. The conference championship, which supposedly meant so much in 2014, didn't mean anything in 2017 when Alabama got in without even winning its division. So it's less about who makes the decisions, because Greg Sankey and ESPN are frankly making the decisions. But let's just have clear criteria. Whoever makes the criteria, let's just make it clear. That's what we absolutely have to have more than anything else.
All right. Good stuff from Matt Zemek. Matt joins us each and every Tuesday. We post most of that content on our USC channel, also on the main channel here at the Voice of College Football. Matt, we appreciate you stopping by. Enjoy the game tonight, and we will catch up with you soon. I appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you, Mark, and we'll see how soon Lincoln Riley is playing in this game.
There you go. There's a comment for everyone right there. How soon? Let's put it this way. Give me the next team that is going to make a college football playoff appearance that has never made a college football playoff appearance. What team is going to make the playoff next year, the next year after that, whenever it's going to be? If we stay with the 4 teams, which team out there, which program can produce a college football playoff team that's never been there in the 8 years that we've had a playoff? Who would that be? Holasol is telling us that Lincoln Riley will never play in a college football playoff game, and he's telling us Texas A&M will. And Jason is telling us the same thing. Texas A&M. Alfred likes Vandy. No obvious picks, Alfred. Please. Let's be a little bit outside the box here. Texas A&M, Bo Weevil, Baylor from Eric. Wheeler Boys likes UCF. I knew this was coming in at some point. Dennis says Miami or Florida. It's just me, Tim79. Don't understand that response. D-Rock Irish, Texas A&M. And I think it's just me, Tim79 was going for who's going to be in the playoff next year. So we're going for who has never made the playoff. That's going to be the next team to get in. The next team to get in. Robert's got a slew of them, although USC, Texas A&M, Penn State. Michigan State has been to the playoff 2015 and get out of the John Boy. UConn, Jim Mora. That's a slam dunk that they're going to make it at some point with Jim Mora at the helm. Tim, good to see you. Lewis likes USC as well. So we've got our USC, Texas A&M, a lot of Texas A&M, a lot of USC. Tristram also likes Texas. Alfred, whose turn is it from the ACC? Well, they haven't taken too many turns. It's been Clemson. And, of course, Florida State the first year. Wisconsin. Wait a minute. We've got Eric with Utah. And, well, if we get a change in format, I know somebody that would love your response there. Our guy, Chris, who is always touting the FCS, would love that response with North Dakota State, who just won the national championship for a 9th time in 11 years in the FCS. Tim says USC. And then we've got Baylor. And then we've got a little play on Wisconsin, but LMAO. Wisconsin, hey, almost made it in 2017. I would have loved to have seen Wisconsin make it in 2017. They were 13-0 before they went down to Ohio State in the Big Ten championship game by 6. Oklahoma State and Baylor, according to Redwine. Cheryl, Army, huh? Army? Let's see something here. Look at Army's schedule next year. Let's look at Army's schedule next year. Oh, man, the first two are fairly tough. Coastal Carolina on the road and Texas San Antonio. Then later in the season, they go to Wake Forest. They've got Air Force and, of course, Navy. Possible undefeated season. They could do it some year. It's possible. USC's taken over. Oklahoma State, USC, a lot of USC. Tristram says that Miami is coming. They are. They're recruiting their tails off. Mark, everyone wants the top seeds to get to play on campus. Thoughts? I would love that. Eric, can you imagine? So right now, we see these sterile, neat and clean, carpeted settings for these college football playoff games. And it's a bit much. It's a bit much. It's like watching the Super Bowl. Yes, I would love to see. Think about, this may not add too much to it, but had the college football playoffs been played, and I'm not saying that it should have been like this, nor am I saying that we should continue with a 14 playoff with campus sites, but just let's let our minds wander a little bit here. Starting in 2014, we had Ohio State and Alabama. They would have played at Alabama. Ohio State at Alabama instead at the Superdome. Then we had a Oregon-Florida State game that would have been played at Oregon. Even though Florida State was undefeated, they would have been Florida State at Oregon. In 2015, we had Oklahoma and Clemson as the 2-3 game, and that would have been played at Clemson. We had Alabama, Michigan State would have been played at Bryant-Denny Stadium. 2016, we had Ohio State and Clemson. That game, yeah, Clemson was the 2 in 2016. They would have played at home against Ohio State. Alabama as the 1 in 2016 would have played Washington at home. Not coming up with any interesting scenarios yet. 2017, Alabama, Clemson at Bryant-Denny Stadium. No, that would have been played at Clemson. Alabama, Clemson in 2017. 2017 also would have had Oklahoma and Georgia. They would have played at Georgia. 2018 was Alabama, Oklahoma. They would have played at Bryant-Denny Stadium. And then we had Notre Dame, Clemson. They would have played at Clemson. 2019 was LSU, Oklahoma. Would have played at LSU at Death Valley. And Ohio State, Clemson would have played at Ohio State. That's the first one that really kind of changes the possibilities drastically. The 2019 Ohio State Clemson game, the game that Clemson barely won, would have been played in Columbus. 2020 Ohio State Clemson, that game would have been played at Clemson. Alabama Notre Dame at Alabama. But yes, I'm all for a system that would produce home playoff games. I think that should also be an incentive. Yakov 22. Mark, do you miss the tie? For you NFL fans, you realize what was at stake last night during the Chargers Raiders game? And then how that game played out and how intriguing that was. That was not only an exciting, just crazy good football game, the strategy at the end of the game, that how many times is there a tie in the NFL? There's like one per season out of about 250 games played. One. And the scenario was that if the Raiders and Chargers tied last night, then they both would make the playoffs. if one of them won, it didn't even matter whom won, they would have made the playoffs, but the loser would have been displaced by Pittsburgh. So there was an incentive to a certain extent for them to tie the game. And they went to overtime. And there were failed opportunities, and the clock was ticking, and there's only a 10-minute quarter in overtime in the NFL. So there was only 10 minutes. So it squeezed down that clock quickly, and we came extremely close to a tie that would have been historic. A tie game that would have sent both of those teams to the playoffs and left Pittsburgh at home. I do not agree with ties. I do not think we should have ties. I do understand why they do it in the NFL, and because it's so rare, they only play the additional 10 minutes, and because of the scoring in the NFL, it gets broken 90% of the time, and the tie is very infrequent. There were too many ties in college football back before they instituted the overtime. Shoot, Michigan tied 3 games in 1992. They went 9-0-3. Yeah, that was crazy. The end of that game was insane. Exploring with Ben. Yeah, that was a great game. I enjoyed that so much. It's just me, Tim79. They both did not make the playoffs because what happened was, and think about this scenario. Tie game, overtime, just seconds left in the game. The Raiders have the ball. They're on LA's side of midfield. They're driving. But basically, if they just drive and run out the clock, they tie the game. They're making the playoffs. Or they can try to win the game. And they broke a couple runs, and they got in field goal range, and they took it down to 3 seconds, called a timeout. They could have just snapped the ball and ended the game. They could have snapped the ball, took a knee, ended the game, and both made the playoffs. But what did Herm Edwards say? You play to win the games. They kicked the game-winning field goal, and they knocked LA out of the playoffs. And the way Justin Herbert was playing last night, I would have done the same thing. That LA Chargers team, I believe, is better than the Pittsburgh Steelers. It was a fascinating ending to the. That was, I can, as somebody who knows NFL history about as well as I know anything, that was totally unforeseen, and wow. Jim likes Bama 30-24. Michael, I have to disagree with you. Disagree with me on what? I wasn't making any kind of argument. I was just explaining what happened. Why would they call the timeout when the Raiders were going to take the knee and hose Pittsburgh out of the playoffs? I don't know. Anyway, I don't know what you're stating there. They decided to win the game. They decided to try to win the game. And it didn't matter to them. They were in the playoffs anyway. As long as they held on to the ball, didn't lose the game, they were going to the playoffs. But they decided to kick the game-winning field goal and knock the Chargers out of the playoffs. Okay, John would rather, I think you might be joking here, would rather see a field goal shootout. So we want to make the kickers even more important. And we want to see no football being played to decide games. Okay. We know we're here to deliver insight and pregame into the Georgia-Alabama game, of course, but we have been on here forever. 4 hours. Been on here for 4 hours. And we have talked plenty of Georgia and Alabama. We'll talk more Georgia, Alabama. CJ Moon, who do you want to win tonight? I don't care who wins. I delivered my prediction earlier. Yes, Michael, I agree. It appears as though the Chargers messed up by calling the timeout. I didn't get that because it looked like the Raiders were content to run the ball and run the clock out. Yeah, Justin Herbert last night was crazy good. They had 6 consecutive fourth down attempts converted. I'm going to post my prediction to tonight's game soon. For everyone who joins us on Patreon, we're going to present some different things for the off season. It's been my predictions and the predictions of our media members that has highlighted our Patreon during the college football season. Hopefully you've benefited from my predictions. Now we're going to offer some other things there on Patreon that we will announce here hopefully soon. Tristram, excuse me if I mispronounced your name there. Mark, what if Texas and Oklahoma come to a resolution with the Big 12 and join the SEC next year? How would the schedule shake out and how would the divisions look? Well, I do believe that there's already been a determination that that's not going to take place next year. Okay. So the SEC would have to blow up the schedule it's already built to accommodate Texas and Oklahoma. The Big 12 would have to blow up the schedule it's already built to a certain extent with those two gone. I thought I read somewhere where it is definitely not going to happen in 2022. 2023 is the soonest that Texas and Oklahoma will be in the SEC as it stands right now. Now, if money starts flying around, anything can happen. If there are enough people who have big wallets who are motivated, want to push some people around and make things happen, then just about anything can be solved with enough money. But how do I think? I posted videos on this of how I would determine it. I know that there's a pod system with the 16 teams that has been thrown around, and I think that's just way too complicated for your average college football fan. Not that people are stupid, but people don't want to do work when they're not at work, when they're taking in their entertainment, and college football is entertainment. They want to be entertained and they want to be able to look at the standings and understand who's in first place, who's in second, what's going to happen. Okay, these two teams are on their way to the conference championship game. Okay, I get it. They won't want to have to figure out a bunch of pods, 4-team pods in a 16-team conference. It's just way convoluted, too complicated. I don't like it. I see certain reasons why that would happen, but I would have to go back to my video to see how I played that out, what my recommendation was. I believe it was simply, let's think about this. If we simply move Alabama and Auburn to the east, we've got Missouri. We need to move Missouri out. So if you take Alabama, Auburn, hang on. So if you've got Texas, Oklahoma, Texas A&M, Arkansas, Missouri, LSU, 3-6. We need one other team. We've got an issue with Ole Miss and Mississippi State. We don't want to split them. We don't want to split them unless we make them designated opponents. We could do that. So Ole Miss has more rivalries with the likes of Arkansas, Texas A&M, and LSU. So we would keep Ole Miss in the West. And then you've got the East would be Bama, Auburn, Georgia, Florida, Mississippi State, South Carolina, and Vandy. We must have forgotten a team because Tennessee's still there. 3, 6, 7. Oh, yeah. Tennessee. Who am I missing? Texas A&M? No. I'm missing somebody. Oh, Kentucky. Okay, take out Mississippi State and put in. Oh, yeah, this is probably how I did it. Your new SEC Eastern Division would be Bama, Auburn, Georgia, Florida, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vandy, and Tennessee. Your new SEC Western Division would be Texas, OU, Texas A&M, Arkansas, Missouri, LSU, Ole Miss, and Mississippi State to keep those two in the same division. And it works out perfectly east and west. Now, in terms of the balance of power, well, Alabama and Georgia right now would be in the same division, but you cannot be short-sighted and base your decision on what's going on right now. That's one way to do it. So John is telling us that, hey, Mark, the 4-team pods allow for every matchup outside the conference, both home and away, to be played every 4 years. That is why the SEC will move to 4-team pods. Well, they are going to need to go to a 9-team conference schedule. They're going to have to go to 9 games. So your pods, to make them fair and equitable. So I'm thinking that the pods would only determine scheduling. They wouldn't necessarily determine who makes it to the SEC championship game. That would strictly come from the records. Because if you made the pods and you made that funnel up to an SEC title game, then they would have to be balanced. You couldn't have Vandy, Missouri, Kentucky, and South Carolina in a pod together. You couldn't have Alabama, Georgia, LSU, and Texas A&M in a pod together. So I would think the pods, geographically, they would go Texas, Oklahoma, Texas A&M, and Missouri would be a pod. That'd be one pod. Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri, and Texas A&M. And then another pod would be what? LSU, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, and Arkansas. That would be a pod. LSU, Arkansas, Ole Miss, Mississippi State. Then you'd have another pod that would be Bama, Auburn, Tennessee, and Vandy. And then your other pod would be Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and Kentucky. There's your pods. At least that works geographically, and it's fair from a competitive standpoint. John, I think LSU position will be Texas A&M, Ole Miss, and Mississippi State. Yeah, but I'm having issues with Texas, Oklahoma, Texas A&M, and Missouri all have to be in the same pod, don't they? If you're going to do it geographically, they're all in the West. Then otherwise you're going to violate your geographic pods if you care about that. John, I don't believe that the rivalries have to be sacrificed. I do not see that where the rivalries have to be sacrificed. I don't really see that. They don't have to be sacrificed. Now you have plenty of non-pod games to accommodate the rivalries. Tristram, I love it, Mark. I wonder who would be my dog's automatic opponent from the West. Yeah, so if we so if there was only see, I don't believe in the automatic opponent. That's what's wrong with SEC scheduling right now. So let's say the SEC had not expanded. Let's just keep it the way it is right now. Okay. If everybody's on board with the way the SEC and the ACC schedule, everybody in the division plays each other. That's 6 games. And then they play 2 games against the teams in the other division. One of those games is against a designated opponent in the other division. And that's supposed to be a rival. And then the other game rotates among the other 6 teams. So this is the reason why teams in the SEC do not see other teams for 6 to 7 years, because it rotates. So for example, take Alabama. They play everyone in their division, the Western Division. That's 6 games. They always play Tennessee because that is a rivalry as determined by the SEC, and it is a rivalry, and we don't want to touch it. Alabama, Tennessee, they play every year. And then the other opponent out of the East rotates. Kentucky 1 year, Vandy 1 year, Missouri 1 year, etc. Okay, this is the problem with SEC scheduling. Only some of those designated rivals work. Only some of them work. Some of them don't work, and you don't need to schedule them. Why does everyone have to have a designated rival in the other division? They don't. You would implement much more flexibility into the schedule if you only secured and protected the rivalries that had to be protected. Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, Auburn, and I guess LSU and Florida. The other ones don't matter. Is Ole Miss and Vandy a rivalry? No. Is Mississippi State and Kentucky a rivalry? No. My goodness, consider this. Texas A&M and South Carolina play every year as a rivalry. Texas A&M and South Carolina, there are not 2 schools any further away from each other in the SEC. Why do they have to play each other every year? Throw those out. They don't need that would provide so much more flexibility in the scheduling to allow other teams to play more frequently and to make it a more equitable schedule. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Consider this, that in the current SEC scheduling format, under the current system, that in the course of 70 years, that Texas A&M and South Carolina will play how many times? 70. How many times will Texas A&M play Georgia or Florida? 10 times. They will play South Carolina 7 times more, or 70 times in the same frame of time in which Texas A&M will play Georgia or Florida 10 times. They will only play them 10 times in 70 years. That's ridiculous. Or it might be 60 years. It's still unfathomable how pathetic the scheduling is in the SEC and in the ACC. It's awful. Yes, I had the same thing run through my mind, John. Missouri and South Carolina might be further away, but does it really matter? Okay, they might be further apart by 57 miles. D-Rock Irish, Mark, the Pac-12 commissioner last week mentioned he would like to work on out-of-conference games for the Big Ten in football, similar to college basketball Big Ten matchups early in the season. Thoughts? Okay. That looks good. It sounds good, but I don't necessarily like it. If there were enough games in the college football season to accommodate cross-sectional games between conferences, multiple ones, that would be great. But for the Big Ten, just to say in one particular year, everybody in the Big Ten is playing a team from the Pac-12, and that's their out-of-conference game. That's their big out-of-conference game. And the Big Ten for that particular year is not playing anybody else in college football, not playing an SEC school, an ACC school, a Big 12 school. No, I don't like it. It sounds good, like it. You're shutting down your number of opponents from across the country in any given year. I don't care for it. Do not care for it. I'm hoping to get phone lines back, but I've not seen any kind of response here. Let's see. Let's see if we get a response. Started to learn when I was a kid. It's funny because that actually hit me last night watching something that, those kind of games are good for your mind. Cheryl says, Mark, they won't put Texas and Oklahoma in the same pod. I don't know what the political reasons are there. Yeah, I don't know what the motivations would be there. I would think that they would want to. They could at least give one of them a win against the other each year. Jason, my point exactly. Georgia has not played Texas A&M, who is now a 10-year member of the SEC, in College Station yet, and Texas A&M has been in the league 10 years. My Gators have already been to College Station twice during that time. I'm going to step off for just a second. I will be right back. All right, all right, all right. I have been sitting here since noon, right? Whoo! All right. What time is it? It's about 4:30 or so. 4:20 Eastern time. And somebody had asked about the national championship game and the prediction. There it is. If you want more analysis, of course, right here at the Voice of College Football on our main channel, jump online right there and check out the many preview videos that we've got for your viewing enjoyment. So this right here, I got to tell you this, that I think that this is one of the things that tells me that people are burned out on Alabama and Georgia. You know what tells me this? How many people are watching me right now? Because when there is fresh news, when there is something exciting and fresh to talk about, get a lot more people in here. A lot more people in here, even during the day. We also want to remind everyone that if you did not see, we've got an Alabama-Georgia live national championship game preview that's running live right now, right here on our channel with Zach Ramelius, who does our post game here at the Voice of College Football. So please join Zach. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate that. Hit the like. Ready for the second half of the show. Oh, man. I was thinking maybe we needed to shut down at this point. I thought that. Have I thought about my pregame meal? Yeah, I've thought about it. I've been thinking about it ever since I sat down. Yes. Uncle Rico, you don't need to tell people that. You just exposed me with that one. That was the 420 smoke break. Uh-oh. Is Cheryl telling people how old I am? Is that what's going on here? Costume change, yes. No, I had to say goodbye to my daughter. Pee break? No, I didn't even get a pee break in. No. It's just saying goodbye to my daughter. Yakov 22. Mark, in your time working in the SEC, did you ever meet Paul Bear Bryant? How old do you think I am? Good Lord. Bear Bryant died in 1982. That was 40 years ago. I think I was like, what am I, like 87? Goodness gracious. Man, who was that? Yakov. Yakov thinks I'm aging. Man, I'm looking bad these days. Looking bad. Do I follow golf or tennis? The man here. Mark, do you follow golf or tennis? I did a long time ago. I do not now. Have not for a long, long time. Okay, Tony. Gene Stallings. Yeah. Gene Stallings was around when I covered Alabama football. Yes. S. Hobson, tired of Bama. No kidding. The team that has the best recruiting class, 12 of 13 years, wins the most. College football needs to add at least half of players need to come from the state. How do you do that, though? You can't force people where they go to college. You cannot force people to go to college where they don't want to go to college. Exploring with Ben. I'm feeling better about myself after seeing Exploring with Ben's comments, as opposed to, who was it? Yakov, who thinks I'm like 75 years old, that I was covering Bear Bryant. Thanks, Yakov. I forgive you, Yakov. You're worth it. You are worth it. And I am highly disappointed about the call-in aspect of this. I am highly disappointed about that. Ooh, let's see here. Well, hang on just a second. I may be able to activate our phone lines. Give me just a second. And all right, gonna open up the old credit card. I think we've got a way to do this. I think we've got a way to do this. Mm. Mm-hmm. The account. Here we go. All right, hang with me here. I'm going to get our phone line going right here. That me right there. Where? I don't know how to do. I can't do that. Okay, expiration date. Oh Lord, I got to fill in a bunch of credit card information. Hang loose. Talk amongst yourselves. Look at that. Well. Look at that.
Thank you for calling Collins Studios hosting. Enter your 6-digit PIN number. Welcome, host. You have not started a show session in Collins Studio.
Yes, I did.
And cannot yet receive calls on Mark Rogers' Voice of College Football. Please visit the Collins Studio website and begin your session. Music will play until your session begins, or you may call back when you are ready.
Oh, shoot.
Welcome, host. You are now in the host room and can manage your callers from the call-in studio.
Okay, folks, you want to call me? Call me. 860-499-3332. I will put the number at the bottom of the screen, but I will remind everyone first and foremost, before that, you see Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. Just search Mark Rogers TV, Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. And of course, we've got the Super Chat available as well. There's your number, 860-499-3332. All right. Okay. All right. I'm here to take your calls. And I may go like a going once, going twice, and out. Cheryl's here. I appreciate everybody hanging in. We finally got some response on our call-in system. And I just, you flash the plastic and you're all set. That's what it took. Is anyone attempting to call? It appears as somebody might be. No, nobody. Looks like my marathon is going to be shorter than I anticipated. We usually have jammed up phone lines, and I got to tell everybody to stop calling. Everybody's shy today, or everybody's all right. Boy, I was close to going to grab some dinner. All right, we got a call in here from the voice of college football. Who's on the line?
Hey, Mark, it's just following up that. The real MVP isn't available, so I have to kick it off for you.
You're the guy. Awesome. How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Obviously, you've been on for quite a while, so.
Yeah, well, I was planning on this being a call-in show, and then I went to our call-in system, and the balance was 55 cents, and I knew that would last us all of about 3 minutes. So, yeah, finally got that figured out. What you got going on today?
Not much. Still recovering. Still getting over all the symptoms, side symptoms of the whole COVID thing.
Yeah, so how long did that last for you?
Oh, it's been a week and a half. I have
Yeah,
to wait a couple more days for my company policy to even get tested again.
gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I know tons of people.
It's
I
a
think
nice
we
day
all
here in
do.
North Dakota.
North
Okay.
Dakota. North Dakota.
Yeah, it's a nice day up here.
Are you a fan of the national champions?
I actually watched the game the other day, but I fell asleep after the first quarter because of the fatigue side effect of this, and I woke up at the end of the game. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, I follow him, but not heavily, obviously. But I think George is going to try to call in. I think he wants speed dial. I'm pretty sure.
Well, somebody else is calling right now. So I
There we
appreciate
go.
it, man.
There we
Did you
go.
have anything
Well,
else? No, you were just here to
No.
keep me company until.
Yeah. I want to
Okay.
kick it off for you. So
All
you
right,
have a great
man.
show, and I'll be here.
Thanks a lot, Ben. Appreciate it.
All right.
Ben didn't want to talk to me, but he enjoys the show and wants to keep it going that badly that he just called up. All right, caller number 2. Welcome into the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Hey, Mark, it's Willie.
Hey, Willie. How you doing?
Pretty good. Just sitting here. I've been watching your show, and no one called in, so I thought I'd give you a shout.
Heck yeah.
Talk to you.
Do it.
Now, so Alabama and Georgia just played a couple weeks ago. Now they're going to play again. So if Georgia wins this time, does that mean they're going to play again in about 3 weeks and go 2 out of 3? See, I'm confused. I just don't like these setups.
It's a valid point.
They got to get more teams in these playoffs. It's not fair for 13 guys to sit in the room and pick who's in there. These are going to be terrible ratings tonight. I don't even know if I'm going to watch the game. I mean, I find it just disheartening for college football the way they do it. And then I read an article today where I think it was in USA that said Georgia spent over $9 million on recruiting, and Alabama was second with $7 million, and the next highest was Tennessee with $5 million. So they just need to get more. There's no sport in NCAA college that has 4 teams go to the tournament.
So
they just need to open it up and get more teams.
So you're telling me that Ohio State's able to compete in recruiting that well without spending anything close to what those 2 teams spend?
I'm just telling you what it said in USA Today. I don't know how much Ohio State spends in recruiting. This is just what the article said. That's how much more they're spending than the rest of the teams.
Gotcha.
I'm sure Ohio State spends a lot.
Maybe they need to cap that. Well, you just said 9 million, 8 million, and 5 million.
No, I said they said it was 9 million for Georgia and 7 million for Alabama, and the next closest was Tennessee, a little over.
Well, if that's accurate, then I'm just taking Ohio State for an example because they're obviously the best recruiting team outside of those 2. That if they're less than 5 million and they're competing with those 2 and they're as high as 9, that tells you a lot right there. They spent half as much money. That maybe this is the answer. They need to put a cap on that. Maybe state legislators should maybe that needs to be addressed. I don't know.
They probably should, but state legislatures, look what they did with the general election. So I doubt if they're going to be able to handle anything as complicated as a football playoff. But tonight's game, I don't know. I got 3 big TVs. I'll probably watch. I got a lot of shows on DVR. I just don't like seeing them 2 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago, those guys playing, and now they're playing back. Although I don't know. If I had my pick in the game, I'd probably take Alabama again. But since I'm a Bengals fan, I'm celebrating getting into the playoffs. But when it comes to these playoffs, the bowl games were good. I don't know how they could easily get 16 teams in or 12, and it would make it a lot more interesting. They're starting this, probably 2/3 of the country's not going to be tuned into this game. I don't know what the ratings will be, but I doubt if they're that good, especially with 2 teams playing from their own backyard playing each other.
Well, think about this, Willie, that for the college football playoffs, that the Alabama-Cincinnati game had the same number of viewers as the Rose Bowl. The Rose Bowl got as many viewers as the playoff game, and it got almost as many viewers as the Georgia-Michigan game. That tells you a lot.
Well, I'd say a lot part of that was Ohio State was in it. They always
Yeah.
draw, but that's one side of the country, and then you had people out west actually interested in watching the game because of Utah.
Yeah, I think it had to do with three things. Number one, it's the Rose Bowl, and I think a lot of people just watch the Rose Bowl because it's the Rose Bowl. I think number two, it's Ohio State. They have arguably the biggest following in the country, certainly one of the two or three biggest. And number three, that it was a great game. And so it sustained the audience. And so it even probably attracted more viewers and probably had the biggest rating at the end of the game, whereas the two playoff games were yawners and lost viewers as they went on. So,
Well, the history tells us most of the semifinal games in the football playoffs aren't very good.
no, they're not.
I mean, there's only been one or two close. I don't know. There's been a few close games, but that's about it. But I saw your one show a little while ago about that Hensman, and I saw him interviewed down at the Army All-Star game, and I heard him say the change in the defensive line coach didn't make any matter. He was still committed to Ohio State. So I was kind of confused when I saw that show where they were saying maybe he's not committed to Ohio State now.
Oh, Hinsman.
Yeah, the guy from Wisconsin, the lineman.
Yeah. So let's see what they're saying on 247 right now. They've got him listed. He's a hard commit to Ohio State
Well,
on 247 Sports.
But I still think we need to address some of these guys in the middle of our defensive line. I mean, we have a couple guys in there that are deciding whether to come back or go. I don't know. I mean, we need the interior of our line was the worst part of our line. As far as I was concerned, I mean, we didn't really get much pass rush from the outside, but our interior was just a disaster against good teams. So I think we need to, I don't know, that Miller is a recruit that is supposed to be good for the middle of the line. But what do you think about him?
Well, he hasn't played much, but I think that it certainly was it you that said the other night that this safety coming in from Oklahoma State has to start immediately, and they have to get stronger. I don't know if this is a weight training issue or what it is, but they're, for as great as the recruiting has been, there's no question that Ryan Day has recruited better on the offensive side of the ball, and that they were not nearly strong enough at the point of attack this past season and got pushed around, and it was a bit embarrassing.
Well, it hurt us when we lost, 4 or 5 linebackers all at once. Next year, linebacker will probably be a strength of our team with all these guys coming in. And
yeah.
Had one guy transferring in. So I think that'll be a strength of our team. And I think our secondary will be too. And it took us all year to figure out, put 8 guys in the box to stop the run. It don't take Albert Einstein to do that. So it's no surprise to me, some of these defensive coaches, I'm just surprised more of them haven't been let go. And I want to know, one question I got is, what is Marcus Williamson doing, that number 5?
Yeah.
I mean, he probably, the year before he didn't have a bad year, but he was just terrible against Michigan. He whipped, and he was, I mean, geez, he probably had the worst game of his career. I'm glad he didn't go to the Rose Bowl. I don't know whether he sat out thinking he's going to the NFL or what, but that boy was a disaster in that Michigan game.
Yeah.
I watched that game again, and I tell you, I'm thinking he was worse than Garrett. But I'm just waiting for next season. But you do a great job on your show. I was trying to figure out how to send you some money, but I still haven't been able to do it. I sent you some money to your phone number, and they sent it back to my PayPal account.
Oh boy, I don't like that. Okay, well,
yeah, that your phone number wasn't eligible to receive payments or something.
That's
but
interesting.
I'm probably gonna I'm
Wow.
going to probably register on Twitter because all I do is I watch you all the time on YouTube. But
I appreciate
you
it,
know
Willie.
what I'd like to
Yes.
see? Thing maybe behind you with your schedule of shows, or run the schedule of shows down with your phone numbers, so
Okay.
I'd know when people could know when you were on and when you weren't.
That's a great
Because
thought.
I have a hard time finding you sometimes.
Yeah.
Because I like to watch the live ones, but then I come on and I've already missed it.
Well, that's a good idea. That is a good idea. I'm going to do that. I'll build a scroll and we'll run that at the bottom of the screen. That's a good idea.
And I like some of your other teams. I like the two guys from I like the guy from West Virginia with the sunglasses. That guy, he knows college football. At least he knew West Virginia. He called
Sure.
that Minnesota game right down to the T. I'll give him credit for
Yeah.
that.
Yep. Gold and blue,
But
dude.
some of
Yeah.
your other ones are touch and go with me, but yours is by like, you're the king of the hill in college talk shows, Mark. Just keep up the good work. And maybe I'll be talking to you as soon as I can locate your next live show. But you have a great year.
All right. Well, we got 3 of them on Tuesday. We've got Miami, Iowa, and Nebraska. So
Now,
Willie,
I got one.
let me
Yeah,
ask
go
you
ahead.
this. Do you know where the community page is on the YouTube channel? So
Community
every
page.
morning I post all of our live shows on the community page on the YouTube channel, on the main channel.
No, I didn't even know they had such a thing.
And so I go there every morning and I post what time and what show, 1
So I
p.m.
could
Eastern
search
time.
community page and it would pop up.
Yeah, and it's there every morning, and I even put a link to the channel of where it's going to be.
Oh, well,
But I'll start doing that.
out.
I'll start doing that during the shows, though. I think that's a good suggestion. Then I put a graphic up here during the shows as well.
So Thursdays at 1:30 is the Ohio State.
Well, we've had to move that around a little bit. We kind of have to get together every week and figure out when we can all get it. That's actually Wednesday at 1:30. Ohio State's Wednesday at 1:30. Yep.
And let me ask you one last question. Where do you think Ohio State's going to be ranked when the polls come out for next year?
Well, I think they're going to be in the top 5.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll play like a top 5 team. We open with Notre Dame. Now, I watched that Notre Dame game, and my personal opinion, I like Marcus Freeman, but he's not ready to be a head coach. He's 7. He looked like a deer in the headlights in that game. He didn't know what to do once everything fell apart. He stood there with his hands on his knees like he was a defensive coordinator and didn't know what to do. So I'm fairly confident we will beat Notre Dame opening game, especially with the team coming back we have. But the schedule next year, we've got Penn State and Michigan State back-to-back on the road. That's going to be a tough game. Those 2 games will be tough back-to-back, especially the Penn State game, because for some reason they always play us at night. Now, I don't think Michigan State will play us at night, but I imagine Penn State will. And then I think we've got Iowa. We have a hard schedule next year. I know we've got Iowa. I thought we had Wisconsin both at
both
home.
of them. Probably the 2 best teams in the West. Yep.
Yeah, and then we got Nebraska against, for some reason. We play Nebraska every year, I think. We play them at Nebraska again, I
Are
think.
you sure about that? I thought Nebraska came off the schedule. Let me see this.
I thought it was on. They were on there. We don't play Purdue.
So it goes Notre Dame, Arkansas State, Toledo, Michigan State, Penn State, Rutgers, Iowa, Indiana, Northwestern, Wisconsin, Maryland, Michigan. So they get Northwestern's the other Western division
that's
team.
right. No, we're at Northwestern, aren't we?
Yes.
Well, that should be to our benefit. I don't think they're going to have too much again.
No.
Especially if the coach goes to the Bears. But I'm just waiting. I'll just wait for your next broadcast, Mark.
All right, Willie.
You're doing a great job.
I appreciate
that. Keep it up. Thank you, sir.
Will do.
For being who you are.
Thank you so much. Good to hear from you.
Soon.
You have a good night. All right. Now we're starting to get some action here in the phone lines. Welcome into the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Austin.
Hey, Austin. How you doing?
Nervous, Mark.
Oh, you must be a Georgia fan?
Yes, sir, I am. Go Bulldogs.
Okay. Well, this is a huge night for you, obviously. What can I tell you? I think that the game's going to be much closer than it was the first time around. And you tell me how confident you are.
Mark, ever since the SEC championship game, I've been dreading playing Alabama again. I was hoping Cincinnati might pull off an upset.
Yeah, we knew that wasn't going to happen.
Reason, yeah, you can only be hopeful, though, Mark. You can only be hopeful. But it seems like every time we play Alabama, we get so close to beating them, or we get blown out. It's one way or the other. We can't never seem to beat them. And as a longtime Georgia fan, it frustrates me because we've always had the talent to beat them. It's just, I don't know why when we play Alabama, our talent doesn't show as much. Could you maybe help me understand that, Mark?
Well, I'll put it like this, that so obviously Georgia beat Alabama, if we want to take it all the way back to Nick Saban's first year. And since then, it's been 7 consecutive losses.
Yes.
Let's take it back to the 2012 SEC championship game. And that had to be extremely frustrating for you, since you can be pretty confident that Georgia would have won the national championship if they would have won that game. And you also know that if one of about 3 things would have happened on that last play, that you would have been fine to run other plays. If either the ball would have been dropped or not batted at the line, or a number of things. That was the worst possible outcome, that the ball gets batted and still gets caught and the time runs out at the 4-yard line. That was just, I hated to see it end like that. I wanted to see Alabama have to make a stop. Those 2 teams were supremely talented, evenly matched. That was a great football game. I haven't watched it for 9 years. I'd have to go back to see if Mark Richt and his staff made any kind of blunders, but I don't believe they did. It's never talked about that way. So you guys did have a nice lead in that game. I'm trying to think what the score was. It was something like, you had a 2-score lead at one point in that game. I don't know if it was like 21-6 or 21-9, something like that. The 2015 game that was played in Athens, I knew that those 2 teams weren't comparable. So Georgia was not in Alabama's league that year. They had the best team in the country by far. The 2017 game, as you well know, Mark Richt built a tremendous roster that Kirby Smart upgraded. And from a talent perspective, Alabama was the best team. And they caught lightning in a bottle in bringing Tua into the game. There was an issue with the one punt. Was there a fake punt play, or was that in the 2018 SEC championship game?
2018.
Yeah, in 2018, when you were up by 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. I think it was 28-14. Yeah.
Yes, and then Jalen Hurts came in and ran the ball all over our defense like it was nothing. And that's what breaks my heart, is that we're up 2 scores, started the fourth quarter, we have the ball in our hands on the other side of midfield, and then we turn it over, and then Jalen Hurts takes it 90 yards, and all of a sudden you got a 1-score game. It's just heartbreaking being a Georgia fan when we play Alabama. Something always happens at the end.
Well, I'm going to give you a little glimmer of hope from some recent history. And I know you're focused on the SEC, but you're probably aware that Ohio State used to kill Michigan every year. And when I say kill them every year,
Yeah.
sometimes they killed them. Sometimes they were extremely close games. Regardless, they just always won. And they won
Yes.
8 consecutive games as well. For them, it was 8
Mhm.
straight. And obviously, Michigan had enough
Uh-huh.
to figure it out this year. And that's a psychological problem that Georgia has to face.
Mhm.
And Michigan was able to get through it this year. So maybe this is the time that Georgia's going to, they need to have some good things happen. And I know that they had a 10-0 lead in the last game, but they certainly need good things to happen early. They can't get behind because then they're going to think, hey, this is happening again.
Well, in the Michigan game, Mark, I tell you what we need to do. We need to make sure Stetson Bennett doesn't make mistakes early like he did in the first game. He needs to take the easy throws. He don't need to try to throw the ball deep down the field right away. Do what he did against Michigan. Just take the easy throws or run the ball. Let's get some rhythm going, because eventually Alabama's going to bring everybody up, and then that's when you go deep with the football. Would you agree with that, Mark?
Well, yeah, I've said it a number of times during this gap between the SEC championship game and right now. If you look at Stetson Bennett and look at how effective he is at the position, for 95% of the snaps, he's good enough to win a national championship. He's not going to be the guy that carries a team to a national championship, but he is good enough to win a national championship, except he makes about 2 to 4 mistakes per game against good opponents per game that cost them. That's what happened in the Alabama game last year in Tuscaloosa. As you well know, you had a lead in the second quarter. You had a lead at halftime. And he got careless with the ball in the third quarter.
Yep. Well, Mark, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Do you think if Alabama gets a run game going like they did against Cincinnati, and we can't stop the run game, is all hope lost then?
Yes, absolutely. Somebody asked me earlier in the stream this afternoon what the keys were to the game, and they wanted to know what statistics would, like, if you just looked at a box score after the game, what statistics would be the indicators. And I said, one of those was if Alabama can run the ball, and I'm not talking about they're not going to gash Georgia. They're not going to run for 7.5 yards a carry, but I'm just talking about if they can get some reasonable runs, 4.5 yards a carry. That's not good for Georgia. Not at all. You do not want Bryce Young to be supported by a running game.
No, because that's what happened against Cincinnati. Cincinnati couldn't stop Brian Robinson from running and allow Bryce Young to throw the ball, and he was efficient.
Yeah, he was efficient.
Doing that.
Not explosive, but efficient. Alabama's 2 worst offensive games this year were against LSU and Auburn, and that's because those 2 defensive fronts dominated Alabama's offensive line, and they only ran for about between 1 and 2 yards per carry in those 2 games.
But yeah, Mark, I mean, the thing that gets me every time, though, is every time people try to put Alabama in the ground, I always get the feeling like it's Alabama, it's Nick Saban. They're never dead. And people, wanted to crown us SEC and national champions. And, as a longtime Georgia fan, that kind of scares me a little bit, because I feel like people are forgetting Alabama and it maybe giving us too much confidence.
Well, I think that might have been. I think that might have been the case the first time around in the SEC title game. But even though Georgia's still a 2.5-point favorite, something like that, I think most people, as indicated. I'm sorry, what's that?
They were 3.5-point favorites,
Oh, 3.5.
actually.
Okay. As indicated in the chat tonight, most people are picking Alabama to win. At least just fans.
But yeah, see, now Mark, you've even said multiple times on your stream, Georgia is by far the best team in all of college football. Have you not said that multiple different times?
By far?
Yes.
I've said, okay, don't want to get this confused here. During the course of the season, when Georgia was dominating, crushing teams like Arkansas 37-0, that Georgia was playing the best football. They were the only team in college football through the regular season that played a complete game every game. And they were the best team in college football during the regular season, and I don't think anybody can argue that. Absolutely. They were the best team in college football in the regular season. Yes.
And another thing, Mark, before I let you go, is do you think if we can force turnovers just like we did in all the other games, do you think that will ensure us a victory?
Well, I think these teams, how do I want to say that? I just don't think we're going to see a turnover fest. I think these two teams are, and if we do, it's going to be on the Georgia side. If you can just keep the turnovers, I think if you're hoping to turn over Alabama 4 times, if you do, that would be phenomenal, and you're going to win the game. If Alabama turns the ball over 4 times and Georgia, let's say, just has 1 turnover, you're going to win the game. But I don't see that.
Well, Martin, it's been nice chatting with you, man.
Well, I appreciate it, Austin.
Man.
Thank you. And I know it's going to be tough, but enjoy the game tonight.
I'm probably going to be sweating bullets, man.
Okay.
Because, Kirby Smart, I've heard a lot of things about if he doesn't win this game, maybe it's time for us to move on from him.
No.
What's your thoughts on that real quick?
No, absolutely not.
You don't believe in those
Absolutely
reports?
not. No. He's recruiting out of his mind. You have a football factory of one of the 2 or 3 best football programs in the country. No.
Well, Mark, help me understand why people are putting that around him, so to speak. Do they not think he's good enough to beat Cage's Alabama? Is that the only thing that's stopping him?
Well, I can't really account for what fans say about particular teams and coaches, except for they expect, we live in a gold medal mentality society that if you don't finish with the gold medal, meaning the national championship, then you're a bum. And therefore, he's come close a few times and not been able to get it done. And they just, people think about who should get fired, but they don't think about who's going to replace him. Who's going to replace him?
Nobody.
And who's going to replace him and bring in the number 1 recruiting class? And when I say number 1, you know what I mean. A top 3 recruiting class every year, over and over and over and over.
I mean, Mark, the one guy I'm looking forward to watching this national championship game is the Kobe Dean, our linebacker.
Yep.
He's a fun player to watch. I mean, did you see what he did to Cade McNamara in Michigan and that defensive and the entire defense?
Yeah.
If we can do that to Alabama, I think we will win the game.
Yeah, I think the one play that highlighted his skills above any other was when he diagnosed that swing pass and he was on the other side of the field and he was able to do a beeline and just cut down that running back Blake Corum right at the line of scrimmage. Yeah, he's got tremendous explosiveness. All right, Austin, I better move on here.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely.
And go Dogs, Mark.
All right. Let's move it on here with the voice of college football. Who's on the line?
Chris?
Hey, Chris. What's going on?
Hey, should Georgia Tech fire their coach?
They should start thinking about it. Let's see. So Jeff Collins has been there for 3 seasons or just 2?
Yeah.
3.
3 seasons.
3 seasons. Okay. So they went 3-9 this last year. They went, I think, like 1 in whatever their record was in the COVID year, 3-7, something like that. And I think they went 3-9 his first year. So do you happen to know what their recruiting ranking is right now?
I have no idea at this point.
Yeah, I do not. I'm going to guess that it's no better than 50 in the country. So
they had a good basketball program last season. They won the ACC championship, as you know.
Well,
so
I didn't know that. I don't follow college basketball, but so we had the 42nd ranked recruiting class in the country, 7th in the ACC. So that doesn't sound too good, but certainly Paul Johnson was able to take recruiting classes similar to that and compete in the ACC. So it's possible.
So do you think we'll expand the playoff system for college football?
Oh, I think it's going to be expanded. Yes.
Next season or?
Oh, no. Not next season. No, they haven't even figured out how to expand it. It was just announced today that they had another proposal denied. So they still have to figure out. There's still too many conference commissioners disagreeing on how to do it. So we first have to hear that they have agreed on a proposal. So that's going to be months away.
Yeah, I grew up watching Georgia Tech, but my mom went to Georgia, so I'm kind of, stuck in the middle of a rock and a hard place here.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah, you got a rough football program there at Georgia Tech. It takes a lot of work, and he should have made some progress by now. And I had a lot of
history in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. You can
always trophy being named after the coach.
You can always brag that Georgia Tech has a national championship more recent than Georgia.
And they scored 222 points once.
Yes, over Cumberland.
Yep. And the reason what happened there is that the coach also coached the baseball team, and Cumberland beat Georgia Tech, and the coach got pretty ticked off about that, and Cumberland wanted to quit the game, but wanted to forfeit the football game. That there was a fine involved if they did, and the coach, what's his name, named after that trophy, or the trophy's named after him.
Yes, John Heisman.
He said, "If you quit, you'll be fined." I don't know if you knew that. So that's the history about that. Well, hey, I'll be keeping tabs on the game tonight. You probably won't be able to watch it, unfortunately, but you want Alabama to win, or obviously you said you don't care.
No,
you just think Alabama will win.
Yes, I do. Well, I appreciate the call.
Well, yeah, and good luck out there.
All right, have a good one. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Yep.
Bye-bye. Don't think we've had a Georgia Tech fan call. I love it. Welcome into the voice of college football. Who's on the line?
This is Arian Kennedy from Alabama.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm good. Thanks for asking. Bet you're pumped up.
I'm so hyped for this game, man. Hoping Bama can silence all the doubters again.
Yeah. You
Do
pretty
you think
confident?
Bama can put over 300 rushing yards?
200
on Georgia?
rushing. I would bet against it, but I wouldn't be shocked. I would think that that Alabama's going to throw for 300 and rush for 160 or 70. They're going to be in that range. Just throwing out numbers.
Yeah. Do you have a score prediction?
Yeah, I've put it up here a few times. Bama 34-27.
I have it being a defensive shootout, 21-24.
Okay. All right, I can see that.
That's all I wanted to go and talk about.
Well, I appreciate the call, man.
All right.
Have a good
Yeah.
one. All right. Next up here at the Voice of College Football, who's on the line?
Hey, Mark, it's Eric.
Eric, what's going on?
Not much. I'm just getting ready for the game tonight. I'm actually pretty excited about it, despite it being. Some people are saying that they're not watching it or it's not going to be a great game, and I'm actually really excited for it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it from the standpoint of these are the two best teams, and so I want to see the two best teams play and determine who's number one. I'm not crazy about the structure of the sport right now in regards to equity across the country and across conferences and all of that, but that, as it stands right this second, we are where we are, and that's that Alabama and Georgia are the two best teams in the country, and so they need to play to determine the champion.
Yeah. Also, just because Georgia was so unbelievably dominant, they seemed unbeatable. I probably said it multiple times, but I just didn't think. Whereas Alabama kind of had a more slow and steady trajectory and peaked in that championship game. So I kind of just want to see, that one glimpse of Georgia against Alabama. It seems like such an outlier, but it's over the last 7 years it isn't. So I don't know. That just is a really interesting storyline to me as well.
Yeah, if you look at the opponents, the common opponents of the two teams, Georgia has played so much better against those teams. Arkansas, Auburn, Tennessee. There's somebody else in there that I don't believe necessarily in the transitive property that so-and-so beat somebody by a touchdown and so-and-so beat somebody by a touchdown. Therefore, they're going to beat them by 2 touchdowns or that sort of thing. But when you pile up 4 opponents that are all quality opponents, they're all, talented teams, and Georgia performed that much better against all those teams than Alabama did, then there has to be something to that. It's not about matchups at that point because you're talking about 8 different games. And Georgia played better in all those games in the 4 games versus Alabama's 4 games.
Yeah, there's some witchcraft going on there, and I don't know exactly what it is, but I want to see it unfold tonight. Why? I got a question here. It's kind of basic, but why do you think college football is the best sport, or why is it your favorite sport?
Well, I will say that it is my favorite sport, but it's not a slam dunk. So I've always said, since I've been a sports fan, going way back to when I was like 10 or 12 years old, when people asked me, and they would ask me all the time, what's your favorite sport? Because I just had this tons of knowledge of 3 different sports, the NFL and Major League Baseball included. And I could never decide. I would always say they're tied for first. All 3 of them are tied for first. Those are my 3 loves. And that's what it is. I decided on a college football channel because actually when I started the channel, my first couple months, I talked about all sorts of stuff. I talked about the NFL draft and I talked baseball, and I knew that I couldn't just sit here and talk about anything, and it had to have some focus to it. Number one. Number two, I just think that there is more fervency. There's more passion among college football fans. And so I thought that that was the route to go. Plus, I tend to have more passion about it. So and because of the way the playoffs go and because of the way a championship's determined, there's much more room for debate. What are you going to debate about with the NFL right now? The teams that made the playoffs made the playoffs. They are the teams that should have made the playoffs. They have a system that makes sense and it's objective. So what's there really to argue about? There are other things to argue about.
Sense.
Yeah. So
they only have 32 teams.
Yeah. And certainly I'm sure that there are YouTube NFL channels that are blowing up and hugely popular because the NFL is. But I just found it to be a better sport to discuss, and that I knew that my interest wouldn't level off in any way, that I would constantly be interested, and it was something that I could go at every day. Whereas I think the NFL I would get bored with it.
Yeah, there's always something going on. There's so many moving parts, and I mean, just amateur moving parts too, and just a lot of factors. I think a big thing, I don't know, at least for me, is that, I mean, I'm in Oregon, I'm from Oregon. Being a fan of an NFL team feels maybe inauthentic to me. I don't have that connection. So, with the Ducks, I grew up in a family that went to U of O. I went to U of O. It's something that's really authentic for me. So if I were to latch onto an NFL team, or I don't feel like I would have that connection, and it's hard for me to understand people having that same connection. That I don't think the connection between alumni and university, it can really be replicated. I think that's something that college football has on its side when we talk about how the fan base is the alumni watching.
Yeah. So I agree with you. On one hand. On another hand, I'm going to not necessarily disagree with you, but just based on my own experience, I'll tell you this. I grew up an Ohio State fan, and I grew up, and so I went to Kent State, but and people will sometimes say, well, why didn't you become a Kent State fan? Well, by the number one, Kent State doesn't play big time college football, number one. Number two, the main reason is that by the time I got to Kent State, I had been rooting for Ohio State for 10 years, and passionately, know the entire roster, know everybody's stats, watch every game, live it, breathe it, love it, just heartbroken when they lose. That wasn't going to change because I went to some campus and went to school somewhere. So that didn't change for me. And then number two, I was a Cowboys fan. And nobody directed me toward being a Cowboys fan. I just saw them on TV and just became a Cowboys fan. And I will tell you, when I was a teenager, when I was, again, from about 10 years old to the time that Tom Landry was fired, and I stopped being a Cowboys fan when I was about 21, I was just as passionate. So I totally agree with what you're saying about the passion in college football, and that's one of the reasons I chose it. To pursue it. But for me, I was just as passionate of a Cowboys fan as a Buckeyes fan. To measure my passion for these two teams when I was 15, 16, 18, 20 years old versus right now is just, if I would have had a YouTube channel covering Ohio State football or covering college football as an Ohio State fan when I was 18 or 19, oh my word, I'd have been flipping tables and going crazy. And I was, when they lost, I was mad.
I want to see you flip the table.
I couldn't I remember going out with my girlfriend, when I was in college, when Ohio State lost to Michigan, and I wouldn't talk. I was pissed. I would go crazy. And I love the Cowboys like that too. We had a get together. I feel embarrassed telling these stories, but they were 30 years ago, so why not? We had a get together with like 4 or 5 of my best friends watching a Cowboys game on a Sunday night, and the Cowboys lost. And I like got mad and started throwing pizza boxes, and I kicked everybody out of the house. Oh yeah, I used to just go on a rampage. But see, with the NFL, as soon as I stopped being a Cowboys fan, I never really picked up another team. And I still love watching the NFL. I could watch the NFL all day, but I don't have any emotional attachment. I just admire the level of play, and I just enjoy the game and the sport, but I don't care what happens. I'm going to watch the NFL playoffs and just sit there, and I could care less who wins. I have slight preferences, but it really doesn't matter. But yeah, you're right about college football. There's a passion there for sure. And especially, yeah, if somebody goes to school somewhere, that means a lot to most people.
Yeah, it becomes a big part of your identity and
Yeah.
the team, and especially if you understand how it maybe benefits the community, or at least the university community. I mean, we got into this all the time. Like, I mean, Oregon's football program or college, it pays for 20 other scholarship sports to exist. So, like, just going in there and having, like, seeing it all come full circle, and seeing, you know, the students and into the games and the players into the NFL too. I totally agree. Anyway, yeah, just some thoughts. I'll let someone else get on the line. I appreciate your time.
Hey, thanks for the call. Enjoy the game.
Yeah, man.
There are always some funny comments when I open up about either my personal life or about the past. So Tony says something about Mark was at the big protest in 1970. What was funny was Tony, when I was at Kent State in 1990, not 70, in 1990, there were all sorts of arguments and debates about how to honor 1970, which I have great respect for that. But I'm not the one to determine, okay, should we have a plaque here, a statue there? I don't care. But man, that was a big deal. There were protests, and there were demonstrations about how to honor the demonstrators, or oh my goodness. Yeah, that's what was going on, because it was the 20-year anniversary when I was at school for the 1970. If you're not familiar, look it up, 1970. There it is. Uncle Rico got it right there. All right. And then somebody else had I very much appreciate this comment from, I think it was Hummus Hero brought this one in. This is a gem. If I didn't come up with the voice of college football, I would come up with this one here. Kent State produced the greatest college football coach of all time and the greatest college football analyst. Not bad for a little school in Ohio. Hummus Hero, appreciate that. That's funny. All right, let's get to our next call here, the voice of college football. Hello, who's on the line?
It's me.
Hey,
there?
Nick. How are you?
No, it's the Montana Orange Man.
The Montana Orange Man.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on? It's kind of difficult to hear you.
Okay, I got
There we go.
got, you going here. Okay, I'm watching your show. Anyway, big fan.
Thank you.
Number one.
Appreciate that.
Number two is my big beef, because I am a college football fan, regardless of conference. I got to have a minimum of 8 teams in the playoff.
Okay, I agree.
And the reason is if you understand statistics, there's always going to be an outlier. There's going to be a Sun Belt, a 13-0 Sun Belt team. There's going to be a 12-1 MAC champion with, a last-second field goal to Michigan or one of the big boys. So if you want to call it a national championship and not just a Power Five, we've got to have 8 to 12 teams. And my other point is, at what point does somebody step into this FCS and force North Dakota State to go to either Conference USA or maybe the Mountain West? I think they'd be a great fit in either conference. You look at teams like Boise and Marshall and Coastal and now J Mad's going to give it a shot. But that's if you're truly a college fan and you don't particularly care. You just want to see a nice. There's high school kids football all over the country. Let's get the mix going. And anyway, that's about all I got.
So you want 8 teams. You're good with 8.
Yeah. I think 8 to start. Let's start. Because if you look, I still say the college basketball tournament is the last pure sport on earth. You've got 68 enter, you lose, you go home, you win, you keep going. So, go ahead and that Final Four there's always somebody there that isn't supposed to be there, and that's who everybody roots for. Look at the Missouri Valley. It's like, you don't want to play the Valley. But of course we're talking about football. But you look at what the FCS is doing with their 16 team format. How did the number 8 make it to the final game this year? And I'm not saying that they're better or they're lucky. It's just these are young kids, passionate. They're playing with their heart. They're leaving their heart out on the field. And that's what college is all about. Pros, they lose the game, they go over and shake hands and hug the other team, where are you guys going out to dinner tonight? Okay, we'll meet you there. That kind of stuff. Well, anyway, that's all I got.
Well, man, I appreciate you calling, and call back anytime.
But yeah, I'm a big FCS guy, and I was hoping you would have put something in there about that. I think for these little guys, that's all they have. I don't know if you've ever been to North Dakota or South Dakota, but they love the sport. We are tired of Bama up in Montana, but these are the places where. But it's almost good that Bama has become this big of a dominant team, because it's getting people off their couches and calling in and listening to these shows and saying, what do we have to do to change this? We can't have this guy win 12 frickin' national championships. And what do we got to do to beat them? And I like what you guys are saying. More competition. Give more, Pac-12 champ goes. Mountain West champ goes. The MAC champ goes. The WAC champ goes. Everybody goes. And don't give those SEC teams a bye. Make them spot the other team 14 points. Only play with one hand tied behind their back. Anyway, All right, that's it for me. Thanks, Mark.
All right. Thanks, man. You have a good night. All right. Well, I got to say, during these times, I hope everyone's staying healthy out there. And I hope that everybody's making it through this winter. So, for many of you folks down south, you're feeling good in the 75-degree heat. I'd like to do something about that myself one of these days. Jim is not a big fan of the West Coast himself. RW Tyndall is telling us Michigan owned Ohio State this year. The tide has changed in the Big Ten. We shall see. You talk about the build-up to that game next year, Ohio State, Michigan in Columbus. Wow. I know that people are going to be talking about that game all off season. They're going to be talking about that game during the season. And I'm going to have to say, yeah, we'll talk about it, but let's calm down and let's just enjoy the season. The one thing I don't like about college football, in addition to scheduling and the playoffs and those two things in particular, would be that fan bases of the elite teams, of the best teams, tend to look at their schedule and they see roughly three games that stand out to them as being, oh, wow, we got to get up for the Wisconsin game. We got to get up for the Penn State game. We got to get up for the Michigan game. Or, we got to get up for the LSU game and the Texas A&M game and the Alabama game. And if they've got a really good team and they look at the rest of these games and they think, eh. And so there's this constant wanting to get to 3 weeks from now and not enjoying the win today, the game this week, and then the hopeful win on Saturday. And just even conference opponents just kind of blowing past them. And there being a constant look ahead to the next big game. While when you consider the college football season, how precious it is because of the lack of games, let's just enjoy each week as it comes and the games that we get. Welcome into the voice of college football. Who's on the line? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Oh, is this okay? Is this the voice of college football?
Absolutely it is. How you doing today?
Oh my God, okay, I can't believe I got a hold to you. I would like to talk about the national championship.
Yeah, before we get started on that, who am I talking to?
My name is Connor.
Oh, hey, Connor. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good tonight. I'm a little freaked out because of Georgia because, here's my thing with Georgia. The reason I'm kind of scared tonight is because when we beat them in the SEC championship, we were an underdog, okay?
Yep.
And we were in the mindset that we have nothing to lose, which we didn't. And Georgia this year, they have nothing to lose. Well, they do have something to lose, but they're coming in this game as an underdog. And you can see why Alabama fans are a little freaked out because, they have a very good team. The only thing is Stetson Bennett. I don't know why they're deciding to put Stetson Bennett over JT Daniels. JT Daniels is an amazing quarterback. And, it's a great story of Stetson Bennett. But I believe that they need to start JT Daniels in this game. He's been in bigger games. He's a better quarterback than Stetson Bennett. And that's all I got to say. And you have a great night.
Thanks so much for the call. Appreciate that, Connor.
Okay. Bye. I would like to talk about the national championship.
So with Connor in particular here, I don't disagree with his statement about JT Daniels versus Stetson Bennett, but this is too late in the game to make that decision. So point number one is that if Stetson Bennett had 5-star next to his name and not 3-star walk-on, and JT Daniels had 3-star walk-on next to his name, I believe that the perception of their play would be different. I know it would be different. So that's point number one. Point number two, it can't be dismissed that Stetson Bennett can elude a rush. He can make plays with his feet. He can make plays with his legs. He's a more mobile quarterback than JT Daniels. I have not seen enough of JT Daniels. I watched his full season at USC. I watched probably out of 12 games, probably 7 or 8. So I saw him play a lot of football at USC. Obviously, they were having their issues. He comes to Georgia. He doesn't play out of the gate. He's injured. He gets on the field against Mississippi State halfway through 2020, throws for 400 yards, takes off from there. He faces the weak part of the schedule, didn't get to see Alabama or Florida in 2020. That would have been fascinating to see JT Daniels against those teams and not Stetson Bennett. And he wins the game against Cincinnati in the Peach Bowl. He played well in that game, didn't play remarkably well. They didn't score that many points. They only had 19 points up until the last few seconds of the game. But he threw for like 370 and played pretty well. Okay, we come into this season, and I thought JT Daniels should be the starting quarterback, would be the starting quarterback, and he was against Clemson. Clemson had one of the best defenses in the country, despite their struggles in scoring and winning games early. So Daniels gets hurt against, forget which game it was, week 2 or 3, and then that's it. He's done. And Kirby Smart's made the determination that between Stetson Bennett's leadership and his mobility and the amount of reps he's received now in big games, that he's the way to go. If they were going to pull the plug on Stetson Bennett, they needed to do it between the SEC championship game and the playoff game. After they saw Stetson Bennett make 3 or 4 bad mistakes against Alabama, that would have been the time to go to JT Daniels. But Stetson Bennett was lights out against Michigan. He cannot be benched now. Now they can have a quick trigger, and Kirby Smart can have a quick hook and pull Stetson Bennett early. Let's say he gets off to a 2 for 6 start, and Bama's up 14-3. Pull him. And hopefully Kirby will have the same fortune, I will say, the same fortune as Nick Saban did in 2 consecutive years against Georgia. 2017, where he made the move for Tua, and then the exact opposite happened the next year, in which Nick Saban didn't make the move, but Tua was hurt, and Jalen Hurts came in and saved the game. Oh, the chat's off the rails. I don't like to hear that. Or that might be good. I don't know. I know that we've at least got Cheryl, and we've got another moderator in here somewhere. I thought that Robert was around. Anyway. All right. I believe we've come to the end of the line. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? It's 5:38 Eastern. This would actually give me time to eat and work on my top 25 that actually makes sense. And beyond that, I'm going to go through the 1 through 130 rankings. So all we have to decide tonight is Georgia 1, Alabama 2, Alabama 1, Georgia 2. I can figure out the rest of it. Joe, just to be more accurate with your comment here, Jim Harbaugh is not 1-8 against the Buckeyes. He lost in 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19. He's 1-5 as a head coach. And he is also, well, I think we've got a little issue anyway. What's going on here? Stand by. Huh. I have everything powered on, but for some reason I'm receiving some kind of connect the USB to recharge soon. Okay, we will get to that at some point. The trackpad. Oh, my trackpad. That's getting low. All right, well, that's okay. That's not as, I thought like my camera was going to stop working any second now. So we'll get on that. All right. Well, again, JT Daniels, Stetson Bennett. Kirby Smart has made his decision. He's got to stick with his decision. And then I think that if he's starting to have consideration or second thoughts, then he needs to pull Stetson Bennett early if there are signs that it's coming apart. He cannot wait. He cannot wait till it's 21-3 at halftime. Can't do that. All right, folks. It's been a great time with everyone here at the Voice of College Football. And I'm going to be very real about the number of folks that we've got online this afternoon. Kind of surprises me because of the magnitude of the game. And I think it shows, again, we've had, when Lincoln Riley left Oklahoma, we had 1,700 people on here. When we had some other situations like that, we had north of 500 people on here. I think it much has to do with people are fatigued. They're suffering from Bama fatigue. I think that's what we've got going right now. David Knight, got to call out David Knight here. Appreciate you being here, man. David, thank you so much for the help on the merch. And if we could ever get this figured out, if I can track down Dennis, we hope to have some merchandise available for everyone very soon. We've done everything, but it's one of these disconnects between the merchandising place platform, Printful, and the developer and the website. And you know, when you're caught in the middle, when something needs to be worked out and one side's telling you, well, it's their issue, they need to fix it on their end. Then you go to the other one and they're like, they need to fix it on their end, it's their issue. And you're like, so I've been copying and pasting conversations and saying, well, they said this. And they said this. So let's get it fixed. Let's get it done. We've selected merchandise. We've created merchandise. It's all set up. It's on the website. It's ready to roll. But what I wanted to do was purchase it myself, because I wanted to make sure that the transaction would go through and everything would get shipped properly and all that would happen, because I did not want to promote it and have any of you go through any kind of hassles. I wanted the process to be clean and the process to work. So I wanted to test it first myself to make sure that worked. And it's hung up right now. So, all right. We got a super chat coming in here. Appreciate that from Uncle Rico. Go Asteroid, beat Bama in Georgia. Uncle Rico, this guy comes up with some good lines. He is rooting for the asteroid. Not the Astros, the asteroid. Eric here, thank you so much for the contribution. Appreciate that so much. Long live the Voice of College Football Booster Chat. Appreciate that so much. And also, someone else said, Tim, hey, Mark, wait for Mario and Caleb to follow Lincoln. Might break the old record for viewers. Meltdown. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, that would be phenomenal. The highest, hey, USC, a sleeping giant. My most watched video, Lincoln Riley going to USC, 67,000. And then a similar version, different conversation, but basically the similar video based on the thumbnail and everything else on the Oklahoma channel got another 40-some thousand views. So basically 100,000+ views out of one video from Lincoln Riley going to USC. And then in addition to that, yeah, I tell you, when Caleb Williams left, similar kind of jolt there. Uncle Rico, there you go. So what would this NIL deal be here? Maybe if we could pay, who would be an interesting guest? Maybe if we signed a deal with the Big Ten, the entire Big Ten, and we got different players come in from different teams every week. I don't know. Yes, Cheryl. Cheryl's all over it. Listen closely to Cheryl. Stay tuned. Mark has off-season college football coverage. Don't leave because college football is over. Yes. We will have crazy college football coverage. We have all sorts of rankings and ratings and schedule reviews and all that stuff coming up. All that stuff coming up. And it's going to start with my top 25 that actually makes sense. And then I'm going to rank all 130 teams. And then we're off and running in the off season. Going to rank coaches in every position and everything. Everything. Okay. All right. It's been fun. I would love to go eat. Let you guys go eat. Even though you can eat and watch me at the same time. And enjoy the game tonight, even if you're fatigued. You got Bama fatigue, SEC fatigue. Enjoy the game. Just look, just imagine your favorite team and their rival playing. It should be a great game. It should be a great game. And once again, my final is right here, 34-27. If you're going to shop Amazon sometime between now and the game or after, of course, use the link that we provide in the description section. Right here at the Voice of College Football. We will see you after the game. We'll have the phone lines open after the game right here. We'll see you then.